Howdy guys, BLM here, back with what will be a somewhat normal stream. Definitely haven't streamed in a very long time. Dude, it's actually kind of insane that literally like 22 hours ago I started another stream. But yeah, we're here. Big Brother stuff's happening. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot of context around it. Jason's gone if he doesn't win Blockbuster. But yeah, the Tea Party, the Tea Party was not submissive. I mean, something has to be beta and something has to be submissive.
I've been wanting to beat up.
Thank you, biggest party for reset. 49 months, holy shit. 49 months, holy fuck. That's that's over 4 years. Okay, it's insane how long I've been doing
I've been
this.
wanting to beat up.
Alright, thank you, Arlie, for the resub, 19 months. Production doesn't let him renom. I mean, there's no way they would do that. But also, like, I generally don't understand why he's doing this. Like, I don't get the benefit to this. Like, for Kamu, it's like everyone knew you were backdooring him anyway. It's like, I guess, like, in his mind, he's like, oh, I need, like, is he, like, Vanessa Russoing it? He's like, oh, I need a reason. Now I need to create a reason. I'm going to cause this, like, fight between me and Kamu. It's like, or me and Jason. It's like, this is just a dumb, like, this is just dumb all around. For terrible TV. I mean, like, it'll be interesting to, I mean, to be fair, it's better TV than not doing anything at all. But also, it's just so unnecessary. Like, I generally just don't understand why this is something he felt like he needed to do. He's to one-up Angela, I guess, because if anyone's gonna one-up Angela, that's clearly Kamu. Yeah, I did. So yeah, I haven't actually watched the fight, but I've heard that. Yeah, he said I like pickles. Bro thinks he handled that the same way Rick did. Yeah, it's like the sense I like, and also Kamu's so like Kamu's Kamu to where like he just like rambles on about shit. Where and also he's just not like the type of person that would get into a fight with like Jason. It just feels so like unnatural. Thinks he's Paul. Yeah, he has. Angela's a Karen. Kind of. I don't know. She can be, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, Angela, like, I don't know. Like, Angela's just spiraling, but like that's just what Angela does. I thought about Kamu and be between him. I'm gonna say Kamu sucks. Depends. Depends on the context. I think I'm more likely to use it for like Haley. The production likes Kamu or Jason more. I would lean Kamu, but I don't know for sure. Because I feel like they like Jason since he's a villain, and they like having a villain for the show. But I feel like they also like someone like Kamu, because I like to them is probably more of a hero, even though this was fucking weird. More pro Haley than Kamu right now. I don't know. Like, in terms of, like, personal stuff, it's like, I don't know. I feel like Haley said more questionable things. But it's like, it's not like it's that far apart, though. Comments to the best player? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think he's number one in the power ranking, which we'll get to that. But in terms of just him as a player, it's like, maybe. Like, I find it so unnecessary, but, like, ultimately doesn't matter that much. Like, yeah, we'll talk about that. But, yeah, like, generally, it's like, I don't think, like, this changes that much. Like, I haven't seen, like, the reaction, but, like, unless there's, like, a very negative reaction to how people feel about Kamu, from this, it's like, I don't feel like this matters. Because, like, he was just targeting Jason anyway. So, it's like, this doesn't change anything. Like, he was always targeting Jason. I guess this makes it more likely that Jason targets him back, but like probably was going to put him up anyway. Yeah, it's like I just feel like it's unnecessary, but it's not really like game ending or anything. It's just a thing he did for no reason. Kyle personally admitting to trying to isolate Jason for game is pretty bad. Did he openly say that to everyone else? Because if he did, then that's bad. In general, him doing that is not bad. What Kamu do? He called out Jason in front of everybody. Because how dare Jason play the game, I guess. Joe Redcorn. And that's not bad. Like, I think it's fine to tell your alliance that. Like, I feel like don't tell, like, Taylor, Lala, like the people on the other side that, but like tell your alliance that. That's not bad. If I had to bet money on the vote this week, who's going home? Jason. I mean, like I think you have the vote, Jason. Yeah, he's in the alliance with Taylor, but it's like that's not real though, is it? I regret paying Jason's winner pick? No. Like, I stand by my logic at the time. It's just that he didn't do any of it. Mallory for Blockbuster. I'd be... Mallory staying winning HOH is probably the best case scenario at this point. I mean, generally, like, there's a chance Mallory stays if Jason wins Blockbuster, so maybe it is more of a... Because, like, obviously it's better to have both Mallory and Jason. Or, like, Jason's just dead if he's still on the block. But yeah, like, there's a chance Lala goes over Mallory at this point. Which is interesting. How does Lala go? She just does. Like, almost everyone votes her out. Like, people just don't like Lala. And also she's attached to Jason. Or, like, Mallory has, like, a decent amount of allies, and then she has, like, Angela wanting to keep her safe for, like, no fucking reason. At least Lala Mallory vote is interesting, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's game ending for Kamu, but it's also just dumb to do it. Yeah, Jason's pretty dead at this point. Matt Williams over Lala. Is that saying anything? How much of Mallory's game has been bad luck versus bad social play? Perhaps a bit of both. Perhaps at the same time. Like, generally, it's like, I don't know. It's a spot where, like, Mallory didn't, like, do good social work with the people in power. But is there, like, luck factoring into that? Like, kind of, yeah. But, I don't know. Where's Matt Williams ranked? We were past him a long time ago. Fucking loser Matt Williams. Where's Matt Williams? Jelly, I don't remember where he's at. I didn't even realize he was this low. He's at 621. The great Matt Williams. Oh, wrong screen. This one. What's my criteria now? I mean, it's more so looking for positives than negatives. Is kind of the, like, mantra of things. Is that even though, like, someone has, like, a lot of, like is confrontational and, I don't know. Like, it's like I'm definitely, like, putting a lot more credence into, like, the amount of alliances someone has, the amount of, like, social capital someone's able to build up and, like, that sort of thing over, like if this person gets into a fight or something. I'm saying, what was the point of this? And Jason having to tell him you started this? I mean, yeah. What was the point of this? Kamu gives me Survivor 50 Jonathan vibes. I agree with that 100%. I think that's for sure the case. It'd be funny if Kamu gets to the end and loses a jury vote. Because he's the type of person that shouldn't be losing a jury vote on Big Brother. Does it even have negative game effects for Kamu, though? Yeah, it's like, I don't think it mattered. It's just unnecessary. Kamu and Jonathan are cut from the same cloth. That is true. Or Kamu be fourth boot? I mean, yeah. I'd rather Kamu be third boot. But, like, not happening. Voting Big Toe for the power? I'm not... Why are we fucking voting for Big Toe to win the power? I would give it to Drew at this point, probably. Or even, like, Mallory would be a lot of fun, actually. But then again, like, what's the powers are shit at this point. It's like there's only one good power left. So it's like, and what's the odds they actually land on that power? It's still insane. Like, generally, it's so insane that that Devin's actually got a 6-week diamond power of veto. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Konya Destiny's like the only decent power left. It's like all the rest of them are pretty shit. Actually, this is something I don't know. The BB bribe, is that what Zach had last season? Or is that like the Corey BB18 thing? Because if that's what Zach had last season, then I guess that's like fine. But like, it's still not, obviously not as good as like a Diamond Power Veto or Coin of Destiny. Is the BB18 one? Yeah, it's pretty shit then. And you gain a Diamond Power Veto, the last possible chance. This is something I didn't think about either. So, like, the reason Devin's last 6 weeks is because he got it so early, right? Isn't Zach's literally a veto? I think Zach was that he could bribe someone to... What was the I forgot. I know it was, he had to give, that's why he didn't use it, is because he didn't want to give Ava $5,000 or something. But it was something that, like, if he uses the veto, like, it's like a veto that he can use, but if he uses it, he has to pay the HOH money or something, right? Yeah, it gives $10,000, it gets off the play. Yeah, it was something like that. Library and Corey BB18. It's just essentially you get $5,000 you can bargain with. It's not much of anything. It's a pretty lame advantage. What he ultimately did with it is just that, like, he had to use it within, like, a 3-week span or something. So, like, at the end, he just, like, went to Victor, who was already an ally by that point, and said, hey, I'm giving you, like, all this money so that you vote the way you were going to vote anyway. It's just a pretty shit advantage. Gwen had the most OP power in Big Brother history. I'm trying to remember the details of it at this point. Like, obviously, it was invisible HOH. Was that all it was? I actually don't remember. Like, what was, like, what was it? Like, obviously, I know it's the deepfake HOH, but, like, it was just, like, an invisible HOH. Yeah, it's just an invisible HOH, right? Is there anything else that's, like, that special on it? Like, it's good, obviously. It's very, very good. But, like, he did get to compete HOH next week, right? Like, it's essentially just the same as Jags then, isn't it? But I guess, too, for Jags was in a power. Jags was, like, he won HOH during a week that was invisible HOH. But I feel like this Diamond Power Veto feels more powerful, especially considering how long it lasts. Zachary spent $10K in his head after he won. Yeah. He got to keep the money, right? That's how that worked, because he didn't use the power. He got to keep the money. Yeah, Jags was later. Jags was at the final 8 round, right? This is also something I don't understand. Like, so I don't know for sure. like, yeah, I didn't watch the episode, so I don't know if they clarified it. And like, I think people are talking about it as if it's this way, but like, so the Diamond Power Veto, is it played before the blockbuster? I assume it is, right? Because like that's how I feel like people have been talking about it, but I haven't seen like confirmation that's the case. Oh, it's played at the veto meeting. Oh, that's different then, isn't it? Like that's different than Matt's. Like Matt played it during the eviction ceremony. Has there been other Diamond? I guess for Diamond Power Veto, yeah, like Mackenzie's was like it was essentially a Diamond Power Veto that that America chose the replacement instead. But yeah, that was at the veto ceremony. I don't remember Christie's. I think Christie's was also at the veto ceremony, wasn't it? So maybe that they did change that earlier, and I just kind of forgot about that. Because like Christie from BB21 also had like a. Well, no, her thing was that she changed the veto into a Diamond Power Veto, right? Yeah, it was like, yeah, she got the upgrade of veto. So like that would be at the ceremony anyway. But still, like, yeah, so this is different than Matt's Diamond Power Veto then. Actually, that does make this Diamond Power Veto less powerful for whatever that's worth. Because like obviously whoever you renominate can just win the blockbuster. So I guess that's like a way to balance it to a degree. It's obviously not enough. Like it's still extremely OP, but like that makes it better, at least. Yeah, and they have time to save themselves and everything too. Yeah. So this is definitely it's weaker than what it could have been, but it's still powerful. It really, the 6 weeks thing is the outrageous thing. Like the fact that this lasts 6 weeks, like this lasts the entire until the jury phase. Like that's just so powerful to utilize as not even like to not even use the power. It's more so powerful just to like use it as leverage. Like again, like if Mallory is going to win HOH and like is going to nominate Devins, like all Devins has to do is like threaten, well, I'm just going to use a Diamond Power Veto and put up one of your nominees and or one of your allies, and then they could go home on your HOH. And it's like at that point, it's like, well, fuck. As you when the blockbuster ends, you would assume so. Actually, wait, no, it didn't last season, did it? I forgot about that, dude. How did it last that long? I forgot about that until just now. It lasted until the fucking like final 7 or something last season, didn't it? That's insane that they did that, actually. Well, yeah, I meant the final 7 was the last one they did, right? Because final 6 was a double eviction. Yeah, Queen Lauren won the, By the way, is that Lauren account on Twitter actually Lauren? It doesn't feel like Lauren. I'll be very surprised that it is Lauren, even though supposedly it is Lauren. I don't know. Because of the post-jury blockbuster, we had a Lauren HOH where she only put the black players on the block. Well, that's not good. Who did she put up? What, Will? Keon? Oh, Mickey, right? Wait, did she pick up Mickey? Oh yeah, Morgan and Ashley. That's what it was. Okay. Oh, we're talking about the final 8 one, right? Okay, the final 8. Yeah. Then we brothers Kalshi. I mean, yeah, they all have Kalshi. Would be 27 players I see coming back to host the comp. Morgan. Because she's Vince also probably. Because they're right there. I don't know where Ashley is now. Is she still in LA or did she move already? I know she was going to move. Memory's going out. I'll be honest, like generally I do feel like my memory is getting worse with this sort of stuff. Like especially over the last year. As a wrestling fan, I enjoy the WrestleCasm comp. I haven't watched it yet, but Thank God I get to watch it tomorrow. So tomorrow, I'm still not sure on if I'm doing a daytime stream tomorrow. I don't know. I'll definitely stream at night. I'm kind of like on the edge of like, should I do a daytime one or not? To work on the player ranking, to clarify. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously it doesn't spoil. To be fair, there could be like spoilers to because I remember the Mallory thing happened, right? That Mallory, like when Mallory won the veto, like before before the veto ceremony, like she was like the #1 odds to go home for the week, and then like all of a sudden it took a massive dip, like before feeds even came back. So like it seems like there's at least like a level of insider trading there. They gave Lyric Alison Irwin edit. Yeah, I heard that. Like that she has to separate herself from Rome. Yeah, probably somewhere around there. 12. Yeah, I'll just say 1. I think 1's probably the safer number. But again, don't bank on it. Bank should only be about the winner. Yeah. That's not going to happen. Is there any other man from 50 Odd Trade Rick? Yeah, Joe. I need my daddy. Genuinely, I would take, like, Q would be great, but also terrible at the same time. Like, I would love to see Q on Big Brother. The problem is that I don't know if Q wants to be on Big Brother. Actually, no, I guess I know Q does not want to be on Big Brother. I don't think it would actually go well. I think it would be great on paper, but I feel like Q would just want to quit, like, week 2. So, yeah, it probably wouldn't work out that great. Yeah, Q would, like, try to nominate himself. Rizzo would be fine. Like, he'll be fine. Coach would be kind of funny, actually. I don't need to see fucking Jonathan on Big Brother. I don't think they can trust Jonathan on Big Brother. I mean, to be fair, I guess they trust Kamu, so I mean, I guess it's like not that far apart, is it? But, yeah, Q has never quit anything in his entire life. He is the total package. That is true. Yeah, Kamu's cut from the same cloth. Joe would be actually kind of funny on Big Brother. I feel like he'd also be so boring, though. But I feel like there would be like a lot of like small character moments that would come from him, though. Which I guess, to be fair, is his Survivor run also. Yeah, I don't know why Kamu did that. I think it's just so unnecessary. And again, I ultimately don't think it matters to Kamu's game that much, but it's just like, why? If Joe swears to play a different game this time, so what? We want him to go back to the honesty integrity game after he played such a disloyal game in Survivor 50? I don't know if I want him to play a honor integrity game again. Okay. Stream? There we go. How's Drew doing? We'll get to it. Not great. Not dead or anything, but like not great. How do they think Joe would have done in BB28? I think him and Kamu are like ride or dies, right? Like, take out Chuck, put in Kamu, I feel like. Or put in Joe, I mean. But I feel like Joe definitely works with like Chuck, Kamu, Haley. Like, that definitely feels like his sort of people. And then I feel like he probably, like, I think he'll get along with Lala as like the other like older person. I'm not sure how he goes with Angela. Does Drew have a spine? No. Clearly no. I think Drew could be like his Rizzo. Like, that's very possible. Drew has a few weeks to recover. Yeah, kind of. Like, he's not an immediate target, but it's not looking great. Would I replace Angela with another BB female? Probably not, to be honest, for this season. I think that was a really good pick. Drew, my man. I just don't know ya. Dude, I love Joe. Like, genuinely, I'm at the point where I do actually just love Joe. Like, unironically. Like not even just the that's my daddy of it all, but like I do actually think Joe's just a really funny character. Turn gay for Joe, sure. If I was into men, I feel like Joe would be like the type of guy I would go for. Why not? How would Q have done? I think he would have quit by now. I don't think Q would be there anymore. Dude, imagine Q and Angela working together. What the fuck does that look like? Like, how much spiraling is going to be there? Or it'd be the opposite. Then, generally, actually, I can see Q targeting Angela. I feel like that actually feels more likely. I feel like Q would get annoyed of Angela by the end of week 1, and then would probably just target her week 2. I think that's probably what Q would do. Wait for Q at the end. What is this? Would Q be like Tucker? Kinda. Cool. Why are we getting these losers that were not Survivor 50 for? What the fuck is... Okay, actually, I didn't realize how random this was going to be. Like, it started off with, like, all, like, kind of similar sort of people. And then all of a sudden we're getting to fucking Ethan Zahn. And then Rob C. Okay, yeah. Yeah, King Q. I need Q on every show, genuinely. Who's the 5th guy? That was Xander, I think. Who is it? It was Rizzo, Charlie, Kyle, Sam. Yeah, so Xander, Ethan, Rob, Q. I think were the people. On 45, D was targeting Jay and Sifu, and it never got back to him somehow. Yeah. It's kind of like what's happening now. Who's the Angela of Survivor? Probably like Abby Maria. Yeah, I think, like, my first instinct is Abby Maria. Is there a better example? Yeah, no, I can't think of one right away. Debbie? I don't know, Debbie. Like, I feel like Debbie's... I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's some, at least. Andrew's better TV than Abby? Debatable. Liz Wilcox? I mean, there's a little bit of it. I think Liz is better, though. It's in how far Angela makes. She has no reason to make it to jury. I mean, I think the first time around, yeah. Is that what we're talking about? But also, it's like, she's just, like, a goat, though. Like, she's just someone that's, like, being dragged because, like, everyone knows that, like, she can't win at the end, and it's like, she's not the biggest comp threat. And also, she was on the block, like, almost every week, right? And, like, had the veto used on her. This clip of all time. What is this? By the way, we'll start the player ranking probably around midnight. What is this?
Can someone fuck Cara Maria on this season? Oh, how great would it be if she just got a good dick in? I want it for her so bad.
This?
If Will somehow rails
What
Cara
the fuck
Maria,
is this?
he's gonna have back-to-back seasons banging Babe,
Banging Anissa.
and then all of a sudden crack Cara. Put him in the Hall of Fame if that happened.
Well, that's a lot to unpack there, but
What is happening? Like, what is this? Like, what podcast is this? Like, was this said, like, not ironically? Like, this is, I feel like that's just such an unhinged thing to just randomly say. Like, I say Joe Hunter's my favorite Survivor player of all time, clearly. Better than Tony. Actually, what's the point of even ranking every player? We just know Joe's number 1. Move Rizzo and Joe, sure. Again, I just need to... And just look at all the Joe clips I have on my computer. Thoughts on the Tea Party? I thought it was dumb. By the way, this got claimed on on the one stream I listened to the song for the first time. I still vote Joe over Kyle? Yes, I would. I don't think Kyle's, again, I think Kyle's a solid winner, but like I still would vote Joe though, personally. Dude, why do I have so many Jonathan clips also? Fuck me. I love that this is even fucking a Joe clip. I don't know why. Like, I considered doing more of this in the review, and I am not. Because, like, obviously it's, like, a serious thing. It's, like, Joe revealing that he's dyslexia or whatever. Like, he's trying to make it... But, like, also, I almost, like, use it. Like, because I also find it kind of funny. Like, how he talks about it in this.
All right, everybody. Hi, Joe. I just wanted to share something. So, and this is why I'm sharing it. I got my W9 back, and it's, like, the third... And it's been normally helps me with correctly, and here's why. I have dyslexia.
Dude, I don't know why I find this so funny. Like the fact that there's like the music is so fucking loud, and then it just cuts to him saying I have dyslexia. It's so fucking stupid. Like, why does the music just get so loud here?
I have dyslexia.
What is this? Load? There we go. If it helps, you were the hottest in the room. Cool. Thank God. Thank God Haley likes Tamu. I can't believe that. Like, maybe he didn't want people to hear that he had dyslexia. Maybe that was him trying to, like, make it so, like, people lost their hearing right before. I just love that this is a clip I have.
I've been wanting to beat off ever since I met you, Mr. Jeff. I love you, bro.
YouTuber apology vibes? Yeah, it kind of does, actually. Could you use the we just show up? I feel like that's random to use in a Big Brother review, though. I do need to find a way to use that at some point, though. Also, I forgot to use the story about me dreaming about meeting Rizzo. I forgot to use that. Maybe I'll use that for the 49 review then. I don't know. We'll see. We use the Survivor Rome Ruckus clip. Oh, in the Big Brother review? I don't know. Is there use for, like, I mean, like, obviously because Rome, but like, I feel like Rome has his own clips. Okay, Rome BB28 has his own clips to use over using, I think, like, I'll probably, like, make a reference to Rome from 47. Wait, where are my Rome clips? Why are they not on this computer? Did OneDrive delete all my Rome clips? What the fuck happened to all my Rome clips? I still have, like, they're on my other computer, but like, I don't know, just for some reason, like, OneDrive doesn't copy everything. Like, and like, that's what happens when I open, like, Premiere projects and stuff on this computer. Because, like, the other computer is my main computer that I use to, like, actually work on the channel. But, like, with this one, it's like, yeah, for some reason, it's like, all the clips don't show up. And I don't know why that is. Yeah, I guess, again, I can't believe I can't play Rome clips. Oh, no. Yeah, Rome's causing me a lot of ruckus right now. It's funny that I still have to make a 49 review. Yeah, this computer is the beta and submissive. That is true. It does submit? Is that? No, that's not submissive. What is, wait, is submissive, like, what is the short, is there a shorter word for submissive? Like, is submissive, like, yeah, just sub, I guess? Yeah, okay. Well, that's kind of boring, though. I was thinking, like, is there, like... Yeah, because, like, submiss isn't a thing, right? I don't think. Okay, what the fuck is that? Yeah, whatever. Let's just go Google first. Yeah, like, submiss isn't a thing, right? Oh, no, is it? Well, okay, it's archaic. But it means to be submissive, so it's not really a fucking thing then, is it? But even, like, sub is, like, a recent term, isn't it? Yeah, I guess, like, is it submit? That's what I'm saying. Like, is submit... Like, I assume they must have, like, a similar name origin, right? Not name, word origin. Submitter. Yeah, whatever. This isn't important at all. BB28 sucks. It's not great right now. I still think there's some intrigue to be had, like, as we get further along. I am worried that it is just going to be a returning steamroll, but, yeah. There's a shot it isn't. 23, 28. As of right now, I would lean, 28. First 2 weeks of 23 were pretty good, so I was like, I don't know. I think they're, like, similar-ish. If you really want to get caught up with making videos, you could post the Survivor player ranking once a week for 15 weeks. Yeah, but I think the problem with that is that means he'll finish after 51. And by that point, I'm not ranking every player, am I, at that point, when 51 is done? So, like, that's kind of the issue, but I'll be honest, I have thought about it. Or at least not doing, like, every week be 2 weeks, or be, like have 2 videos a week. But we'll see. Well, as of right now, if I do 2 videos a week, it lines up to wrap up right before the midseason power ranking for Survivor 51. Which, that's, like, okay timing, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Last time we had 2 house meetings in the first 3 weeks. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if it's happened. But it's just like, I don't know how many of them meant anything. Jason is a pretty bad player. The comparison between power, I think it's horrible. I think it's really stupid. And to clarify, I'm not necessarily saying that the power should be better. I'm saying that, like, I think the Diamond Power veto is too powerful. I do think the have not thing is stupid. Like, that's just a genuinely dumb power. A lot of the other ones are fine. Like, Mystery Competitor, I think, is, like, the perfect, like, level of, like, effectiveness. Coin of Destiny also, like, again, it's, like, I think if Coin of Destiny was the most powerful one, I would be fine with that. Like, it's, like, powerful, but also it's only a 50% chance it even happens. So it's, like, I don't think it's the, and you still have to, like, pick out the time to use it and whatnot. It's, like, I don't know, it's, like, fine there, but I think Diamond Power Veto is, like, way, way too powerful. And again, like, Coin of Destiny is, like, if that was, like, I would want that to be, like, the best there is. Like, again, Mystery Competitor is decent. BB Bride is, like, did I say Bride? Bribe is not that good, but it's also, like, fine. Like, it's, like, there's at least, like, some use out of it. Like, I think it's actually, like, it is an advantage to a degree. What was the other one? What am I missing here? I'm forgetting about one of the advantages. Replay's pretty shit, actually. Replay's a pretty shit advantage. And, like, it's not even good TV, I think, is also the issue. I don't know why they want replay. Like, I generally don't understand why they, like, want that in the game. Like, why would you want the same HOH 2 weeks in a row? Like, it's dumb from an entertainment standpoint, and it's also just not that good of an advantage. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm surprised. I was surprised that certain things that weren't there. Like, I was expecting, like, more of the BB-20 powers. Genuinely, I did think the coup d'etat was going to be in there. Which obviously would have been too powerful anyway. Like, that would have been, like, I would have been complaining about that being too powerful to have in there. But, like, I was expecting it to be there. And Kamu gets replay, and HOH is an MMA comp. I can't wait. Right after the WrestleGasm. Can't believe they're going to do a WrestleGasm and an MMA competition back to back. They should have known it was bad considering it was on BB-22. Yeah. Yeah, Bonus Life could have been interesting. I think the problem with Bonus Life is that adds a week to the show, right? And they don't want that. I think production is rooting for right now. I don't know, actually. Like, I feel like Angela, they're making a meal out of. I would have said Devins easily if it wasn't for the fact that, like, Julie seems to be very anti-Devins for some reason. But, like, obviously it's not like a spot where production is, like, obviously Julie means nothing. Well, can't we have a week? I'm like, I just don't think we're gonna get a battle back. Like, just weeks wise, I'm assuming we're following the same structure as BB-27. Which, if anything, it's like they need to speed up evictions, like, at the end. Yeah, Drew's getting a decent edit. I think Kamu's getting a decent edit. I would say those are, like, the two non-vets. I think Lyric's getting a decent enough edit, but I don't know if it matters. Like, I would suspect that casuals are not going to love Lyric. He's gonna, how dare she not remain, like, whatever. Like, I think, like, the fact that she's, like, flirting with other guys, like, oh my god, so scandalous. Wow. Name 4 teams from Mazer's Can 12. Eamon and Beck, I know. Yep. Generally, the only reason I know Eamon and Beck is because my parents are fans of Eamon and Beck. Outside that, I generally, like, what other teams are there? I don't, what Tina and Liz? Is that their names? Generally, there was a team on this last episode. I saw that. I was like, who the fuck are these people? I have no memory of you people. Like the 2 brothers that aren't the ones at the top of the pack. Like, who the fuck are these people? When did they get on the show? I think they want the edit to justify D and Angela's reads on Drew. Yeah, I haven't watched the episode from today yet. So, like, if that is the case, then, like, maybe that's a pro for D. I don't feel like D's been getting the biggest edit recently, though. First boot of Survivor Palau getting themselves on headlines because they refuse to support the Democratic nominee in Texas. We're talking about Jolanda? Which, yeah. I don't know. Not shocking. In the middle of the Irwin edit, they had all the Rome and Lyric makeouts and I love yous. Yeah, but, like, is it, like, I feel like that's played for, like, like, the sense I got was that was played for, like, comedy more than like, of, like, see how ridiculous it is that she was doing this with Roman and now she's doing this. I think either way, I don't think casuals are gonna like that. Like, as, like, I don't think that's fair, obviously, but, like, I feel like casuals are not gonna like that from Lyric. These winning the polls for power right now with Drew in second. Yeah, Jason might get a boost, but I don't think it'll be enough, especially because I feel like, I don't feel like he's, like, that popular outside of, like, superfan community. Yeah, Michelle Mateo. Those are people that exist. What is this?
can I say less important house guest? That's how I feel. Let's start with, in my opinion,
Less active house guest, maybe?
Well, okay, I'm gonna say important when it comes to Yash. Izzy.
That's fair.
In 2 sentences or less.
Yeah. If Yash wins, where's the season rank? Bottom. Clearly. I mean, yeah, like, ultimately you're going to vote for people that are just on their show. Like, that's just how it works. But I feel like Lyric is the least popular of the people that are on the show. Of the, like, viable. Like, yeah, between Kamu, Lyric, and Drew, who I think are the 3 most viable, I feel like Lyric is the least likely.
Because of what they did to Rome. So, I'm going to have to distance myself from the Rome. And Rome knows that. But he knows I have to play the game. If he watches this back, I hope he doesn't think, like, I'm a terrible... He's gone, because I can... With time. Deal. I need someone to meet. Deal.
Yeah. Dude, okay, this goes on for way too long. What the fuck?
So, like, we kissed a couple of times. I can meet my family.
Yeah, I feel like that's played for comedy more than anything. But yeah, I still think it's a spot where, like, I think just the, like, casual audience doesn't typically like the woman that flirts with other people. They want all the April moments so bad, do they? Rome for traitors? Sure. That's actually kind of funny that, yeah, I guess they are all people that were on other shows. I don't think that's purposeful at all, but, like, yeah, I guess that is technically the case. Yash is unironically 5 in your player ranking. I don't think I'm going to have him that high, but he will be higher than he should be. Could Yash win a Final 2 against Haley? Probably not, genuinely. Like, again, Rome left the house talking about how, like, Haley's this mastermind. It's where, like, if there's that, like, impression there, then, like, I think they'll begrudgingly vote for Haley over voting for Yash. Yeah, Yash is essentially the Victoria at this point. We're gonna look at Lyric years from now and say, what an icon? Yeah. Clearly. I don't know. We'll see. Does Haley deserve credit for recovering? Not really. Has she really recovered that much? I don't know. She's still a pretty big target. Just that those people haven't won power yet. The people that would target her. And she's still pissing people off. So, I don't know. I'd rather have the BB buy off. I think that's a better twist. Lyric is going to be Johnny Banana's new girlfriend? Probably. That makes sense. Deserves credit for not targeting the vets. Is that something we really need to give her credit for? For, like, doing the obvious? I don't know. Like, I guess. Anyway. Alright, I think we'll start the power ranking. So yeah, power ranking after the Sunday episode of Big Brother 28, week 3. I did do power ranking off stream after the eviction. After, like, well, technically it was like the morning after, so we knew the HOH, we knew the nominees. I forgot this was before or after Lyric. I think this must have been before Lyric was going to be on the block. Yeah, I think I did this power rank before the Lyric plan came together. Because obviously initially it was going to be Jason outright, and then eventually it changed to Lyric as a pawn and Jason as a backdoor. But either way, like, it is what it is. Anyway, so power ranking. Are we gonna switch back? So, like, last week we did, so, like, first week we started from Angela, like, alphabetical order. Then we switched back to do reverse alphabetical order. Do I go back to alphabetical order this time? Or do I, like, start, like, in the center, which would be Kamu? Maybe that'd be an interesting place to start. Or maybe not, actually. I don't even know. Is that an interesting place to start? I kind of feel like doing that, actually. I kind of feel like starting from the actually, but then it ends with Jason. That's not a good place to end. But whatever. I'll do the Kamu thing. Again, we gotta shake it up. We gotta, again, do things new. Speaking of which, I actually didn't even talk about this the entire stream yet. I did end up unlisting the Survivor 50 power rankings. Because I'll be honest, it just generally bothered me that they were all there. Like, they're still available on the so if you ever want to watch them, they're still on the channel. They're unlisted. They're in a playlist called Survivor 50 Power Rankings. But they're not public anymore because it just bothers me to have so many of those public. And I think that'll be the case with these eventually. I think I'll wait for I'll probably wait like a month or two after the season, and then I'll probably unlist these just because, again, I hate that they clog up the channel so much, but whatever. Either way, they're here for now. But yeah, Kamu, number 1. So we are in a post-Tea Party world. The Tea Party just happened where Kamu called out Jason. That's a thing. Generally, the Kamu, so like I moved Kamu up to number 1 last, like, the power ranking I did off stream. Obviously Kamu won HOH. This was really a really good HOH for Kamu to win. It really felt like this spot where he could like solidify this like tool shed alliance. It felt like this kind of like Derek BB16 style HOH. At this point, to be fair, Kamu is still like actually in a pretty good spot. I think, again, this move with the Tea Party, just so unnecessary. I don't know why he did this. I don't think this really does anything for his game. Like, it seems like the main, like, motivation was like, like, there needs to be reason I target, Jason. Like, then, yeah, it's like he's fucking Vanessa Russo or something. But it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, people know you're targeting. Like, Jason even knows that you're targeting him. Like, this is fucking stupid. So, yeah, I think that's bad. I also feel like it gives me a little bit less faith in Jason. Or, fuck me. It gives me a little bit less faith in Kamu as a player. The fact that he is doing something like this. Because, like, up to this point, I feel like Kamu's been a very, like, logical, sound player. If only he was like that outside the show. But as a player, again, I think he was doing pretty much everything right. He was, like, at least playing optimally, even though, like, he didn't necessarily get his way at every point. I feel like this is the first point where I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this? Kamu is a Stephanie. That is true. Kamu does love gay people. But yeah, I think this is, like, I think Kamu's still in a good spot. I still think the tool shed in general is in a good spot. Kamu does have a lot of individual relationships. Like, he obviously still has a tool shed. He still has this, like, kind of side thing going with, like, Drew, has a side thing going with, like, Devins. He has now this, like, Taylor alliance that came together, I guess. Imagine if Kamu's dad is a mailman. That would be very funny, actually. He's not, right? He's a gym owner, right? Isn't that the story, that Kamu works at his family's gym? But yeah, imagine if Kamu's dad was a mailman. Imagine if Kamu was on reality TV for 21 years. Actually, that would be miserable. But either way, I think Kamu, he's still in a good spot. I don't think this ultimately changes that much, but it's just like, why are you doing this? This is just dumb that you're doing this. But like, either way, like, targeting Jason's the right call. Like, I think that is the right person for Kamu to target. Like, it's not like that's a bad move. It's just that, like, why are you making a bigger, like, why are you, like, making more of a fuss about it than what really needs to be here? Imagine if Kamu said, fuck you, Eliza. I mean, that I wouldn't be shocked by. That seems like something that could very much happen. I mean, yeah, MAGA Plus also, like, said some kind of weird things. But yeah. Latrice. I guess we're going to Latrice. Number 2. Latrice is in legitimate danger right now. Plays that you're never going to win in the BB28 review. I could, yeah, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I think Latrice is definitely someone that is in a lot of danger here. I mean, she's on the block, obviously. She is ultimately going to be on the block against Jason and Mallory. It seems like Jason is going home no matter what if he's on the block. However, in the spot where Jason wins Blockbuster, I think it becomes very precarious for Lala. Like, she's in a spot where, like, yeah, like, there is some anti-Mallory sentiment, especially from, like, Rick and Dee to a degree, because they know that, like, Mallory's coming for them. Kamu wanted Mallory out at the beginning of the week, but I do feel like that's starting to shift over to Lala. Like, I feel like Lala is someone that just, like, doesn't have enough important relationships. It feels like she's connected to Jason, which is also kind of a negative there. Also the fact that, like, Mallory just has more, like, people actively wanting to keep her, like people like Lyric and Melody, and then Angela in particular. Like, Angela's like a big one that wants to keep Mallory around for, like, no reason, like which is also, that's really dumb, right? Like the fact that, like, Angela wants to keep Mallory around, like, that's really bad. like I think, like, won't Mallory, like, nominate Angela? Like, or at least, like, very much consider it. It's like, I don't know why she feels like she's so close to Mallory. Like, I guess, like, maybe she reminds her of her daughters or something, but, like, again, that's just kind of insane. Yeah, they have a good, like, personal relationship, but, like, I would not be shocked if, like, she still nominates Angela just as, like, to put up the 3 icons. Like, I just think it feels like such a misguided move for her to really be pushing to keep Mallory. Especially when, like, you actually have an alliance with Lala. And, like, obviously Lala was, like, very anti-Angela at the beginning. I don't feel like she's anti-Angela now. Like, I just think in general, it's like, I mean, like, I think for Angela, it doesn't matter that much. But I do think the fact that, like, because if Mallory stays, I think a major reason for that will be because of Angela. Like, I think if the votes land on saving Mallory, a lot of that comes from the fact that Angela wants to keep Mallory, and because of that, like, Devins and Dee aren't going to push it, and then, like, Toolshed probably isn't going to push it. And it's like, I don't know, it's like, I feel like Angela becomes, like, a pretty integral piece of that. Where, like, I don't think she should be trying that hard to keep Mallory. And yeah, Mallory has Barrett too. But again, Lala, I think, is in a lot of danger. She could definitely go home. It's not for sure she goes home at this point, but, like, against Mallory, but it's definitely very possible, and it's also, like, she's not playing well anyway, so. Number 2. Lyric. Number 2. So, like, in comparison to the last power ranking I did, like, Lyric was one of the options to go in the block, at least at that point. Like, it felt like Lyric was safe no matter what. But, yeah, obviously Lyric has won the veto now, so she's safe for the week. Lyric's in an okay spot. I do worry about the notion that she is this kind of perpetual pawn now. Like, obviously she won a veto, so that might stop that. But, like, Mallory won a veto, and Mallory's on the block again. I don't know where Lyric really stands long-term at this point. But I don't think she's in a bad spot. Like, I think she's in, like, she's kind of just in the middle, like middle of the road, like, not necessarily actually in the middle of the house, but, like, more so just, like, kind of, like, I think she's going to be in the middle of the power ranking, where, like, she doesn't feel like a very powerful player right now, but she's not in any, like, immediate danger. Yeah, Mallory versus Lyric would have been interesting. Because, again, you would have had Angela wanting to keep Mallory. I know Melody has recently talked about wanting to keep Mallory over Lyric, which is funny based on week 1. But, and yeah, through that, I think, like, Drew and, like, possibly Barrett are on board with that. It's like, it definitely could turn out bad for Lyric in that spot. But yeah, I feel like Lyric's someone that, like, she's in an okay spot. She was involved. She's also one of the people in that Taylor alliance, right? Which, like, I don't think that's going to be a real thing. But if it does, that's an option that Lyric has. Yeah, it's like, I think Lyric's, like, she's fine. She's there. She's not going home anytime soon. I think she has potential to potentially win still, but it's not anything, like, she's definitely not one of the better position players in the house. Yeah, she, like, Dee and Lyric have, like, a side deal going on, too, so that's pretty good. Either. Mallory, number 3. Yeah, again, as I said before, like, if it's Mallory versus Latrice at the end, I would lean towards Latrice going right now. It is very close, though. Like, it is a spot where, like, we're just going to have to find out. Though, I personally feel like Mallory has more potential long-term. Is also a thing why I have Mallory higher than Latrice. I feel like Latrice is someone that I don't really see much there anymore. Like, they're just, like, I had a lot of potential, a lot of hopes for her coming into the season. I thought she had potential, but, like, yeah, she's just kind of a dud. Like, Mallory, like, again, there's at least, like, and there's people actively pushing to want to keep Mallory around, and I think that's very good. And And she also does want to target the vets, even though I don't know how well that'll go for her, but like, at least respect that. And again, I think there's a good chance she stays this week. Like, she's obviously still in danger. Like, she's still on the block. Like, that's not good. But, and like, generally, like, maybe she wins Blockbuster. I mean, I guess we'll have to see what the Blockbuster is, but like, obviously it would be between her and Jason. Like, there's also a chance of that. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like okay about Mallory, even though she's on the block and could be in danger. Like, she's obviously going to be towards the bottom because she is on the block and could go home. But like, I feel fine on her right now, all things considered. Like Lala's an Angela number, I guess. The problem is, would Angela use that? I guess, to be fair, like, Angela has been like nothing but like accepting of Lala, despite the fact that Lala was like targeting her for a pretty long time. Wait, it's surprising how quickly people say Jason instead of his titties. Yeah. If production's smart, Blockbuster will be a drag comp. Probably, right? Yeah, because like, I mean, yeah, obviously, I think the ideal situation is Jason wins, Blockbuster, Mallory stays over Lala. I think that's what I personally want right now. What is the season that I think Blockbuster would ruin? I don't know if it would ruin individual seasons. I think there are certain seasons where it doesn't help. Like, I don't know how much it really helps, like a BB25 and like a BB16, where like all the comp beasts were all like on one specific like group, and like we're winning the same, like all the same people are winning the same competitions. But yeah, I don't know how many seasons it like ruins though. Anyway, I mean, like Blockbuster in 22, would it help? I mean, like, because I don't know, it's just the committee just wins HOHs anyway, so like it's just gonna be the same people going on the block every week. Like, it's just, I don't know. I think that's the issue of Blockbuster as a whole, is more so the idea that like people stay around longer than what they're supposed to and just get put up on the block over and over and over again. But anyway, Melody. So I had Melody pretty high last power ranking. Like, that was a spot where Kamu seemed pretty out on the notion of putting up Melody. Obviously, Melody still has like the relationship with Drew, and that seems to be becoming more and more real. I generally think this is close between Melody and Lyric. I think Lyric is the better player, and I have more like hopes for Lyric. Though I do think Melody has more like actual inroads right now, probably. Or like, who's Lyric's like number one right now? Like, I don't know who Lyric's like number one ally is. Where like Melody at least has Drew. Melody has like Mallory a bit more than Lyric. It's like, I'm not sure who Lyric really has. Yeah, I guess like, yeah, Lyric has Mallory, but it's like both of them have Mallory. So yeah, I think I'm going to lean Melody. Like, obviously, the Melody-Drew thing could definitely make her a target quicker, but I don't feel like there's as much talk about targeting Melody at this point. It feels like a lot that's kind of shifted on to Drew, where it feels like it's kind of just been recognized now that, yeah, Drew's the threat. Drew's the person we need to go after. And, like, to be fair, obviously, Melody would be on the block next to him, and if Drew wins Blockbuster, Melody could definitely go home there, but I think there's probably more upside for Melody's current position than Lyric's. Like, I think Lyric is probably the better player. But I think Melody has more going for her at this current point. Yeah, it's like, I think, like, and a lot of it is based around just the fact that Drew and Kamu like her. But those are two pretty, like, important allies to have. And with that, let's get this fucking out of the way. Rick Devon's number one. And I think he'll be number one for a while, probably. Like, whether or not he... Like, generally, what the fuck is his Diamond Power Vito? Like, just the notion that he has it is enough to put him at number one at this point. Like, that's just... In to fair, look what happened with BB27. Like, obviously, it's not an end-all, be-all. But also, like, it's an insane power to allow him to have for 6 weeks. Like, it's essentially a, like, get me the jury thing at this point. And again, Rick is Rick, so he's sloppy. He could fuck it up. I would not be shocked at that. I don't think he's gonna, like, not play it, though. Because, like, as you've seen from Rick now, especially after 50, is that, like, whenever he has an idol, he plays it. So, like, if Rick ever ends up on the block, I think he is using it. Like, I don't think he's ever going to, like, yeah, just, like, not use the advantage. But I could see him using the advantage in a weird way. But we'll see. Yeah, like, Rick, I think he's just in a great position at this point. I mean, like, obviously his HOH was bad, or, like, very sloppy. I think he's recovered pretty well from it. And to be fair, I always assume that. Like, yeah, I did not love how Rick handled his HOH, but as long as it wasn't, like, a doomsday situation for, like, who the next HOH was going to be, which it obviously turned out not to be of Kamu, Rick was always going to recover here, and he's in a pretty good spot, even without the Diamond Power veto. Again, I think, like, less eyes are on Rick at this point. Rick also is still kind of in the center of things. Like, generally, like, Rick is really the main reason why Drew and Barrett haven't, like, just outright flipped. Where, like, I feel like Drew and Barrett, like, I feel like their relationship with, like, Angela and Dee is just, like, entirely gone at this point. Like, they've just, like, really dropped the ball on Drew and Barrett, where, like, the only person that they feel really connected to at this point, like, in the entire, like, crossover alliance is Devins. And I think that's a good spot for Devins to be in. I think the problem is that Devins is Devins, and I have no faith in him to actually, like, utilize that to his benefit, because I think he is more loyal to Angela and Dee, and I think he will choose that side whenever he has to, which might be fairly soon. So I don't love that. Like, yeah, it's a spot where I just generally don't have faith in Rick to make the optimal decision for his game. I think he probably will play into whatever Dee and Angela want him to do by the end. Again, will he push back against it? Probably, but, like, I think ultimately if Angela and Dee go for it, I think he'll follow through with it. He'll vote out Drew, or he'll vote out Barrett whenever he has to. So okay, I think it's like, I don't love, I'm like, yeah, I don't love it, right? Like, if he gets to the end of Dee, it's like, he could win against Dee, but, like, he shouldn't be going to the end against Dee. Like, it seems like that's what his plan is right now. Like, that's not great. I don't love the fact that Angela is closer to Dee than she is to him. Again, he has these, like, side deals going on left and right, but we literally saw him just blow up his side deal with Rome for, like, no reason. I definitely have less faith in Devin's, like, ability as a player than some of the people that are going to be below him, but he is essentially safe until jury, and he is in a very, very good spot despite that. He's also, again, in that Taylor alliance. Like, he has a lot going for him, so yeah, he's kind of like an easy number one, but I kind of wish he wasn't. Andrew become a better player than Christy Murphy? Maybe. Devin has his head on straight in comparison to Dee and Angela. I agree with that. However, I do think Devin is going to back down to Dee and Angela when push comes to shove. Like, again, if Dee or Angela win HOH next week and, like, decide to target Drew, I don't think Devins is stopping that. I think he'll, like, bring up that, hey, this might not be a good idea, but if they still say yes, then I think he'll just go through with it. Like, I don't think he fights that hard to keep Drew around. Angela better play than Vince? Right now, no. And there's a world where that changes, but we'll see. Taylor. So Taylor was pretty low in my power ranking last week, or like last one I did, because there was seriously some talk about targeting Taylor. Was Angela in particular was like very anti-Taylor at that time, which is really dumb considering like they literally just made an alliance. So that was weird. In the time since, obviously Taylor's not going on the block now, so that's good. Also Taylor's made like that alliance, the the tethers, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, BB Blowout, whatever. Like she's doing all that shit. It's not good. I forgot. Did Devins rat that alliance out today to Dee? I think he did, right? Yeah. So it's like, I don't think this is gonna last, but it seemed like Kamu was on board when the alliance was being proposed, so that's something. I think ultimately this is probably gonna blow up in her face, and I think we're at the spot now where if the vets continue to get power, I don't think Taylor's in it for the long haul. I think Taylor, because she's gaming so hard right now, is someone that's like gonna be perceived as like, this is like one of the only people that can do something against us. Like, I think that's kind of like the mindset they have with like Drew and that sort of thing at this point. And even then, like, Taylor's like easier to get rid of than Drew. So I am worried for Taylor's like next few weeks. I feel like Taylor's definitely someone that I could see this blowing up on her fairly soon. But it hasn't really happened yet. I think I'm going to go below Lyric, though. I think Lyric has more long-term prospects. In the sense that I don't think Lyric's being targeted anytime soon. Like, Taylor, some of that, I think that target could definitely come up within the next couple weeks. I don't feel like Lyric is getting targeted until, like, one of the last people within, one of the last people outside of the core group. But yeah, like Taylor, like I at least respect the hustle. Like, I think she's at least gaming. Like, she's at least like trying to execute this plan. I just don't think it's a good plan. Where again, like, there's just no incentive for like, and again, this is like, she's essentially trying to like manufacture a like cookout / like brigade style alliance. Like an alliance with parachutes and that sort of thing, but she's doing it the reverse way, which is like not gonna work, because like at that point they're just gonna be more loyal to their parachutes. Like, you're the parachute at this point. Yeah, again, I just don't think this is a good plan. Like, it's obviously going to be like a side option for like someone like a Kamu, like who's in it? Kamu, Barrett, Lyric, Rick, and Taylor. It's like, yeah, could it be a side thing? Yeah, but like, they're never going to be loyal to it because they're more loyal to the people that they actually have connections to, not this like arbitrary group that just comes together. It's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, I respect the hustle, but I think she's not in a great long-term position. Yosh. Okay, so Yosh is probably one of the safest people in the house, but also it's Yosh. So what did they just call common a total package? Oh my god, it's happening. Yeah, that's kind of funny. But yeah, like, I don't think Yosh can win this game. I think Yosh is just a complete joke. Oh, okay, Rick and D did, so that was obviously, like, purposeful, but still. Yeah, Yosh is just a joke. He's safe, but he has no prospects to win. I think he's probably the biggest GOAT of this entire season at this point. Like, and again, he could turn it around through winning comp. Like, again, Josh Martinez was probably the biggest GOAT at this point in the season in BB19. So it's like, it's not impossible, but also it's fucking Yosh. Like, I have no faith in Yosh. Like, at least Josh was like a super fan. Like, at least there was that upside. Yosh is fucking Yosh. Yeah, I'll go 6. I just have no faith in him. Like, genuinely, position-wise, he's number 3. Like, if we're being genuine about, like, how safe he is in the game, he's number 3 right now. But also, it's fucking Yosh. So he's number 6. Anyway. Angela! Yeah, I really don't know how to feel about Angela. I mean, I think she ultimately has to be number 3 of the people we've gone through so far. But I really don't know how to feel about Angela long-term on this season. Where, like, she's still safe. People aren't targeting her. Like, she still has, like, a good amount of allies. The problem is that I don't think she's playing well within that. Like, I just think she's, again, playing kind of sloppily, just pushing away Drew and Barrett. Like, even, like, the Taylor thing, like, that was really bad. Yeah, I think she's just, like, kind of a paranoid mess at this point. but she is safe. And again, people like Angela on this season. Like, if Angela gets to the end, I think there's at least a world where people respect her to give her the win. I think it would be tough to win against like Devins or D, and like maybe even like a Kamu, unless Kamu like really, really blows his jury chances, which like wouldn't shock me. Yeah, even Melody. Yeah, it's like people like Angela on this season. So again, it's like if Angela gets to the end, it's like it's definitely very viable that she wins. I think the problem is how she get there. If people know that she's a jury threat, and like maybe she's able to utilize her old reputation, the fact that she is so paranoid still, like to maybe lessen her threat level, which again I don't think would even be purposeful. I think that's just what would happen. But like I think that's her best chance, is that she's able to like have a lessened threat level because, or like a perceived lesser threat level because she's so frantic and everything. But like I just don't really have much faith in Angela being able to get there herself. Like, is Angela really gonna like get to part 3 of the final HOH and win final HOH? Like, I don't know. And to be fair, Angela actually happened last season, but that was obviously kind of a fluke. Where again, there's no Vince on this season. But still, it's like, yeah, I don't know. She's been saying she can't win to other people. I mean, yeah. Anyway, I think like probably she's definitely going to be like, she's definitely in it for the long haul, right? When Matt is the mystery competitor, imagine. It's probably gonna be like Tucker or Morgan, right? It'd be interesting if it is like some rant. I'm too fair. We thought it was Tucker last season. It turned out to not be Tucker. So, but like, it'd be funny if it is like some random like, imagine just like Drew Daniel. Yeah, it could be Keanu too. Or if it's Rome, imagine. I said it was Lauren. When did I say it was Lauren? Yeah, Rizzo, my man. I just don't know. Imagine it's Joe Hunter. Joe Hunter lives in LA. It could be Joe Hunter. Why isn't Joe Hunter on BB28? They really missed an opportunity there. Why would it be Lauren? Lauren doesn't even live in LA. Lauren lives in like New York, doesn't she? It would be funny if it's Casey again. Well, before I was talking about the Twitter account. That there's like this Twitter account that like is like people are saying is Lauren. That's like, is it actually Lauren? It doesn't feel like Lauren, but people like think it's Lauren. I don't know. It's Yusuke Morimoto, clearly. Yeah, I know. Like, I know it's like said to be Lauren, and like I know Jimmy said it was Lauren, so like it probably is Lauren, but it's like this doesn't feel like Lauren. Like, I feel like that's not what I would expect her to be tweeting. But anyway. Where are we at? We are at Barrett. I don't know what to do with Barrett at this point. Like, he's kind of just there. Like, at this point. Like, I at this point, I feel like the crossovers feels kind of done. Like, Devins and D have talked about being more loyal to the red corner at this point. Like, I don't think, like, Barrett's really that well positioned. Yeah, like, he's a worse Drew to Grape. I also feel like Drew's a bigger target than him. He's just Cam? Maybe that's, like, a more, like, apt comparison. Yeah, it's like, I think Drew is being targeted more than Barrett, but I feel like Barrett has more, like, inroads on the other side than Barrett. Where, like, I think there's still a lot of people that are, like, distrusting of Barrett, like, that he's been, like, more openly, like, playing in the middle in a spot where, like, he has, I don't know. It's like, I feel like a lot more people come off as sus of him. Like, I know Mallory was sus of him earlier. Like, I feel like there was more talk about, like, trusting Drew more than Barrett. But also, like, no one's going for Barrett. Like, Barrett is pretty safe. Like, I think the only way that Barrett goes on the block anytime soon is if they do just fully flip on Drew and maybe, like, they feel like Barrett needs to be a pawn in that. Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I don't think people have Barrett in their, like, long-term plans. is the issue. But he's also just not in danger. I think I'm going to go 4. I think I'm going to move him below Angela at this point. Again, at least Angela, like, has, like, I think Angela is, like, 100% going to be in, like, the final, like, she's definitely going to make jury, like, pretty easily. I feel like there's definitely a shot Barrett runs out of runway before we get to that point. Like, if Jason goes, is he lost in the player ranking? Yes. Yeah, just yes. But yeah, he's safe for the short term though. But I think his position is definitely weakening. Chuck. Speaking of people who's just there, I actually don't know how to rank Chuck. Like, Chuck's like I just feel like no one talks about Chuck anymore. Like he's probably just like one of the biggest NPCs to ever be on Big Brother at this point. Like he's still in the red corner. Red corner is more of a real alliance now. That's something. But I feel like even within that, like, Chuck is the person that, like, no one talks about Chuck. Like, again, like, obviously there's a lot of people talking about Kamu. There's a lot of people talking about Haley. Like, no one fucking talks about Chuck. Can he win a jury vote? Probably not. But, like, I don't know. If he's against Haley, maybe there'll be, like, enough anti-Haley, like, sentiment. Like, he's not in any, like, I should say he's not in any danger, because, like, there is a world where he's nominated as a pawn and he goes out because of a weird comp result. Like, that's still possible. Yeah, I think he would beat Yash, right? Like, at least Chuck isn't a joke. Like, Yash is just a joke to everyone in the house. Like, Chuck at least is, like, I think he's just, like, he's there. But yeah, I think I'm going to go 5 at this point. I'm actually even debating him and Barrett. Because, like, at least, like, the red corner is more real now than crossovers. I think, again, the issue is that I don't feel like Chuck has much going on outside that, where, like, I would feel a lot better about him if he had, like, inroads with the other side. He really just doesn't. Like, who does he have a connection to outside of the crossovers? And even within the crossover, it's really just red corner. Like, outside of that group, it's like, who is he even close to? Like, Rome's gone. He had a connection to Rome. That's, like, completely gone at this point. He, like, has, like, a thing with Yash because he's a guy. But yeah, it's like, and yeah, I think Chuck is more likely to be nominated than Barrett. That is fair also. But yeah, I think 5 is fair for where we're currently at. D. Okay, D's interesting. I'm debating between her and Kamu. I think I'm gonna have Rick. Like, Rick's 1. By the way, why the fuck is this McAfee thing coming up? What's this? Facebook starting to hate Kamu? That's good. Maybe he doesn't win the power then. This is bad for Lala. Yeah, thank God Jason might win a power. He won't though. Wait, wrong thing. This one. There we go. Kamu told D that Kamu really hurt himself tonight. That's interesting. I mean, like, I don't think it. Again, it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, I think D's number 2 though. I think, again, like, Rick having the power is just so good for D, especially considering how Rick is saying that he would use it on her. Which, like, would he ultimately? Don't know. I wouldn't put it past him. Like, knowing Rick, I feel like that is. Wait, that's not what I meant to do. But anyway, knowing Rick, it's like he's done it before. Especially if, like, he's not on the block next to her. Like, if it's just D on the block, like, I think he probably does do it. Actually, is the Diamond Power veto is public, right? Like, that'd be a pretty bold move to do, to be honest, but, like, he would do it, though. Do something flashy and probably done with it. Yeah. But the thing about Rick is that he almost always actually does use it on himself. Like, the only time he doesn't is with David, right? When they had the shared idol. He played on David, but obviously that was a spot where, like, David was more in danger. Which, again, I think it's a spot where he definitely would play it on D if D was on the block and he wasn't. But I don't know if he would play it on D if he was on the block with her, right? But... yeah, I think Dee's in a pretty good spot at this point. Obviously, I mean, like, obviously she's been in a good spot the entire season. But, like, yeah, like, based on how everything's, like, turning out, I think she's getting in better, like, in a better and better spot. She's still with Devins. Devins has the power that could be used on her. I still don't love how, like, how she's, like, buying into, like, Angela's paranoia. I don't love that, obviously. I do like that Devins is able to, like, kind of get her back on the right track to a degree at points. Like, that's, like, nice to see. But still, she has, like, I think she has really dropped the ball with Drew and Barrett. Like, that's not good. I think she's really bought into the fact that, like, Drew's definitely against us when that's not really the case. But... yeah, again, like, like, her and Devins are really just kind of in the center of everything at this point. And, like, to be fair, there are people that would target them, but we're at the point now where, like, with the power and, like, also just all the numbers that they have, it's like, can they even get them out anyway? Does he have a relationship with anyone outside the tool shed? She has one with Lyric. Like, they have, like, a secret deal going on. She has Taylor and Lala. Even though, like, her and Angela talked about targeting Taylor earlier in the week, but, like, they do have an alliance with Taylor and Lala. She actually had a connection with Jason during the first week. I'm not sure where that really went. Like, I feel like that's probably just gone by this point. But there was one there. Just like Mallory would target them. Yeah. Yeah, with Jason, like, Jason would target Rick and Kamu probably at this point. Probably not D, actually. Actually, that probably was actually good for D, Kamu doing what he did. They aren't cut from the same cloth. That is true. That's the main reason why. But yeah, D's in a very good spot, though. I think D is obviously, like, one of the front runners to win. I think if she gets the end, she, like her, Devins, like, I think they're the clear front runner to win a jury vote. Someone mentioned that she's already won $1 million recently, though. So maybe that could start to get, because, like, I feel like, again, like, no one was talking about D being a millionaire already. I feel like, was it Taylor that mentioned it? Someone mentioned it more recently. Yeah, Taylor did. Yeah. So, like, maybe that could start to spread a bit more. Maybe that would, like, hurt her chances to win a jury vote, but it's still, like, she's still in a very good spot, and she's a very capable player, obviously. It is not about a million after Obama takes that. True. Speaking of that, Jeff Kent did get into the Hall of Fame today, right? I think I saw that on Twitter. So, good for Jeff Kent. And I'm clearly talking about the Survivor Hall of Fame. Like, why would he be in the Baseball Hall of Fame? Yeah. Drew. I think my gut is 7. Mike? I mean, let's see. Should be fine, right? Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, okay, cool. Wrong things. There we go. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty bad for Drew long term. I don't know if they take the shot next week for sure, but like, they're definitely taking the shot soon. I think the thing about Drew at this point is that they do recognize, and again, like, it's like a spot where, like, I don't even think they're necessarily wrong for targeting Drew. Like, truth be told, like, Angela, D, probably worse for Devins, but like Angela and D, like, it's not even actually the worst thing in the world that they target Drew, because, like, it is true that Drew is probably one of the best players in this house. He is one of the most capable players. If there is going to be a resistance against the returnees, like, Drew is probably one of the only people on this season that is capable of doing that. Like, I do think just the notion of targeting Drew is not bad. Though obviously, like, I don't think they're doing it for the right reasons, though. Like, I don't think that's their logic. I think it's more so that they just never trust that Drew's with them to begin with, when, like, he was. But yeah, it's like, I would not be shocked next week if Angela wins HOH. She's gonna backdoor Drew. Like, she's already been talking about it for, like, a week now. I would not be shocked if that actually happens. If Drew ends up on the block by the end, I do think he'd be in a lot of danger, especially with the, like, returnees, like, very much pushing for it. I do think, again, there's still the Devins and Kamu connections that are pretty good for him. He obviously still has Barrett. He still has Mallory, like, or Melody. To a degree, Mallory. If Jason stays, like, I know him and Drew were, like, bonding for, but then again, I from what I understand, Jason did throw Barrett and Drew under the bus, right? With the thing, was the tea party. But wait, with Coin of Destiny, can you nominate the person that took the HOH from? Yeah, I don't think you can. There's how Drew is targeted by his own allies for almost none of his actions. I think he just comes off schemy. And, like, that was my initial impression of him. Like, when I first saw him, I was like, oh, this guy's, like, just a squirrely guy. And I think that's kind of just followed him. Do they care about Blockbuster at all, considering the boldness of that move? I don't think they do. If I were to get, like, are we talking about, like, D and Angela for putting up Drew? I think they would just put him up. Like, I think they would backdoor him. I don't think they would put him up right away. But yeah, and also it feels interesting that this is a house that is very prone to backdoors. Considering I feel like that hasn't really been as much of a thing in the like Blockbuster era. Where, like, some backdoors happen, but, like, it wasn't, like, intentionally a backdoor. Where, like, it feels like this season they're putting a lot more, like, they are, like, yeah, like, obviously Devins backdoored Rome, now Kamu's backdooring Jason. Like, it just feels like that's kind of the culture of this house. Is to backdoor your target. Like the Jimmy move. Oh, we're talking about, like, getting Jimmy out. We're talking about, right? Yeah. Yeah, I could see, like, yeah, like, which, like, to be fair, like, that was a bad move. You know, like, I still stand by that from, like, Mickey and Morgan. But it would be, like, it would be pretty similar to that. Yeah, I guess it's coming from Angela, I guess. Yeah, because it was Angela's idea to the backdoor Rome. So... Game changer Angela Murray? How do players are openly scheming like Kevin Jacobs and Dan Geeson getting away with it? I think just being better socially. Which I don't think Drew's the greatest social. Like, he's fine, but he's definitely not like he's definitely not a king at the social game. Like, he is a bit awkward at points and whatnot. Like, I feel like Dan and Kevin were a lot more smooth in conversations. But yeah, I don't think Drew is dead, but it's certainly not looking good. I generally, at this point, I think, like, really the Kamu relationship is probably the biggest thing he has going for him. Like, I think maybe there's a chance that Kamu, like, sticks his neck out for him. But... Kamu if Drew wins HOH, that's definitely, like, obviously that's good for him. That'd be actually very funny if D wins Coin of Destiny and then uses it on Drew's HOH, like, right after she gets it. Like that would be pretty insane. That would be so dumb though. Like that would be so pointless. This B Drew Dan BB10 mid game. Like kinda. I mean, like I think a lot of people are already like kind of comparing him to Dan BB10. Which yeah, it's possible, but I don't see it happening. But again, it's possible. Yeah, CoinDestiny is technically invisible. Like obvious, like you kind of have an idea though. Again, like especially like considering like who can get powers, and like even with Devin's like Diamond Power Veto, it's like people are gonna know, like just based on like the fact that like an advantage is gone, and then it's like I don't know, it's like people are gonna know it's fucking Devin's that has it. Like it's gonna be kind of obvious eventually, but yeah. Where are we at? We're at Haley. So Haley's on the way up. I don't know how up she is though. I think she's probably still around that 10 number. The problem with Haley is that she is still probably one of the bigger targets from her side. I do think there's a lot less. Like I think Kamu, based on what he's doing, is probably making himself a bigger target at this point. Where like I could see a world where like if it's Haley versus Kamu on the block by the end, they just say fuck it, like Kamu's the bigger threat. But still, it's like a lot of people just don't like her. I think she struggles to win a jury vote. I don't think it's impossible based on what we saw from Rome, considering Rome hated Haley's guts and talked about how great of a player she was when he left. It's like maybe that's just a thing in the house. And again, she's gaming hard. Like she does play hard. And I think that does something, at least. It makes again, it has perception that you have influence in the game, even though how much influence does she have? And actually, to be fair, like something we haven't really talked about with Haley is that she is a major person that's pushing for Latrice to go home. So if Latrice ends up going home this week, like I think Haley would end up getting like credit for that. And to be fair, I think it's like, why is she targeting Lala? Like I feel like that's weird. But like the fact that she is targeting Lala, again, she could get credit for that move for whatever that's worth. I think she's in a better spot than what she was a week ago. Like again, the red corner feels like the more real alliance at this point. I think it's less likely that she's like a target. Yeah, she probably is safer than Drew. I think she has less upside than Drew though. Like I think her winning chances are worse. I think she's also probably more likely. Is she more likely to be targeted? Like I think Drew has like specific people that are targeting him. I feel like Haley is someone that I don't know if she's on par with Chuck. Like I think Haley's targeted over Chuck. Maybe I'd go 8 or 9. Or maybe 10. I'm thinking in that range. Yeah, it's like she's definitely going on the block either way. Like I feel like she's probably one of the most likely people to be on the block next week. Like whether she's targeted or not, I think she'll likely be on the block. I think I'm gonna go 10. Okay, wrong person. I think I'll go above Taylor. Like, Taylor's someone that I don't think she has, like, a group that's actually loyal to her. And I just feel like it's, like, if the current status quo stays together, I think it's more likely Taylor goes than Haley goes. Even though that fall for Taylor hasn't happened yet. Taylor's not done. I think Taylor's a very interesting player. I don't know if she's a good player, but she's an interesting player. They just had Lala and Lala might go. Yeah, that's also the thing. If Lala goes this week, that's obviously way worse for Taylor. Like she'll pretty much have no real like solid ally. Like I guess she still has the connection to Jason, and like she has this like theoretical whatever fuck it's called alliance, the Trainwreck Alliance. But it's again, it's not real though. She's in a 6-person alliance. Is it 6 people? Isn't it 5? Either way. Yeah, there's way more duds in this out. Like fucking Yash is a bigger dud than Taylor. Kamu's a bigger dud entertainment wise. Haley's a less likable person. Chuck's a bigger dud. Barrett, I even think Barrett might be a bigger dud than Taylor. Now. I just don't even think Taylor's a dud. Like, I think Taylor's actually, like, a really interesting, like, presence. Like, she's someone that is, like, playing hard now, but, like, not well. Or, like, she's trying some innovative... I don't know if innovative is the right term, but she's trying some, like, new ideas. I just don't think those ideas are good, but she's trying. Anyway. Who's more unlikable, Kamu or Haley? Like, Kamu, like, I think my ultimate answer, I think, is probably Kamu, just from a sense that I think Haley's, like, so bad at points that's kind of funny. Where, like, Kamu doesn't even have the funny part. Like, Kamu's just bad. So, yeah, I'll probably go Kamu, but, like, they're both kind of the same, though. Jason 16. He's going home. Or 15? No, 15, sorry, 15. To be fair, maybe 16. Maybe it's more likely Rome comes back. And it's 15 than Jason stays in the house. But no, Jason, obviously, like, he needs Blockbuster. If he doesn't win Blockbuster, he's gone. Haley or Steph more entertaining? I think Haley's more entertaining on the show than Steph. I think Steph postseason is more entertaining to a degree. But yeah. Yeah, Jason's going home. He's 15. There we go. That's the power ranking. What changes? Angela moved up a little bit. Good for Angela. Barrett's slipping down. Chuck's moving up. Good for Chuck's number 6. That's fucking depressing. D still towards the top. Drew's slipping, obviously. Haley climbed a little bit since last stream, at least. Jason's still going home. Kamu's kind of been all over the place, but still, like, okay, I guess. Latrice is, again, possible to go home. Lyric's kind of also been all over the place, but, like, she's, like, fine right now. Like, she's kind of in the middle of things. Or, like I keep on saying in the middle for Lyric. That's not really where Lyric is. It's like she's just not... She's not being targeted by anybody, I think is, like, the better way to describe it. Mallory, again, can go home, but I feel, like, okay about her current position. Again, Melody's safe for now. Rick's obviously going up, but that's because of his power, kind of. I'm too fair. There's other factors, but, like, him not being in power is also a big thing, but also his power. Taylor kind of moved down since last stream. More so just because I feel like the red corner is becoming more solidified, which I don't think is like particularly good for Taylor. And I feel like she's like one of the more active players that could be targeted moving down the road, where it does feel like they're looking towards targeting the players that have more potential to cause a shift, which I think Taylor's probably one of those people. And then Yash is Yash. That's the power ranking. Again, I'll do another one on Wednesday, and we'll see how that goes. But, yeah, for the people not in the stream, thank you for watching. Red corners only real because they all suck so bad, kind of. I mean, like, it's like a committee sort of thing, right? Where it's like, obviously they weren't loyal when they first formed, but, like a good chunk of them would win competitions, and it's just like, yeah, I guess it's the real alliance at this point. But yeah. So that's the power ranking. We will be working on the Survivor player ranking later. We'll see when. What time is it? 1:02. Yeah, I'll probably take a mini break from, like, not from stream, but like a mini break from thinking about things so intensely. 40 stream streak for Reviver. If only it was an 80 something stream streak. But yeah, thank you, obviously. But yeah, I don't know, what is there to talk about? Is there much else to talk about? Like, honestly, I've been streaming every day, so like it's kind of as far like there's not that much to update on. Especially considering I didn't do anything like.
I've been wanting to beat you.
Stop.
Thank you. Hit him up for a resub. 37-month streak. That's a lot. Yeah, why is this? Yeah, like the big new thing today was just the Tea Party stuff. Load. Oh, there we go. If you could get rid of them, which order would you do? Probably get rid of Chuck first. That's funny. He says same. I feel like Chuck just says yes. Yeah. I mean, I think the thing is, though, is that this is coming from, like, Drew still, again, wants Haley, which I think is indicative of, like, the actual positioning. Like, this doesn't change anything. Because, like, it's a spot where, like, D isn't targeting these three. Like, Drew is the one that would potentially target these three, which in that world, he would want Haley out. Which, like, obviously, again, like, Chuck could go out by accident. But I think the people that actually would end up nominating Chuck are not targeting Chuck. And yeah, I think Kamu is becoming a bigger target at this point, too. But also, I think Kamu has a lot of, like, inroads. I forgot House of the Dragon started, by the way. I'll probably watch it at some point. But Dean Devins vote Chuck over Haley. Yeah, but it's like, is that going to stick? Especially if, like, the rest of the house wants Haley out. It's like, I don't know. I still think the majority of the house would intend on Haley going out. And could D and Devins change that? Yeah. But, like, I think as of right now, if they were on the block together, I think Haley would go. Let's see. What was... should I just start the player ranking? Maybe I should just start the player ranking. And, like, obviously, I could still, like, talk about other shit here and there. But again, I do need to actually finish it at some point in my life. That would be cool. Devin said Jonathan and Ozzy were gunning really hard to be on White Lotus. Yeah. And we knew that, but yeah. I feel like Levi is better than Yash. At least he had some awareness to quit. I mean, fair. That is fair. Yeah, we obviously talk about Tea Party. The submissive Tea Party, if you don't know. It is the, in the beta WrestleGasm and submissive Tea Party. That is clearly what they're called. I generally, this is so stupid. I actually thought a while about, like, which one's which? Is the WrestleGasm beta or is it submissive? Is the Tea Party beta or is it submissive? And then I just didn't really answer that and just went for a random order. Levi and Paloma going to ruin BBL Quitters, or run BBL Quitters, sure. What's sad is that Paloma probably could. I actually do think, like, that would have been really... Why the fuck did that peak? But anyway, that would be very interesting to see, like... I don't actually want to see this, and it never will happen, but, like, it would have been interesting to see Paloma's, like, actual gameplay out. Like, would she have burned out? Would she have, like, Frenchied out of the game? Or would she have actually, like, maintained that control? Because it is insane that someone like Paloma was able to, like, run the house. Especially on the offset. Like, she was, what, like a 25? Like, that'd be as if, like, Lyric was, like, running the house in week 1. Like, you just don't really see that. Like, where, like, if Paloma wasn't, like, as problematic as she was, like, I think she could have been, like, a really interesting player to watch. Someone would have dropped the pineapple, yeah. Yeah, I would assume she flames out. But, like, we just will never know now. Who's the worst Big Brother player that could run the house? Devin Shepard. Was she actually 22? Was she really that young? That's kind of insane. Does she still work for Kara K? Is that still a thing? Like, I know she did for a while. I mean, she was week 1 H Spite. Wasn't she on the block? Or no, wait, what was it? What was the situation? She was an option to be... Yeah, she was like an option to be on the block by the end, right? Because like there was the vote thing. Yeah, the backstage, whatever. Oh, I forgot Pooch. Dude, I generally forgot Pooch's role in that. Dude, what the fuck? Paloma's only 26 right now? Oh, you can't even see that because of chat, but still. That's insane to me. Like, how is Paloma now just 26? Like, Paloma's barely older than Lyric is now. Like, is she still, Yeah, I'm assuming she still works for Kara K, right? Maybe. She had pictures of Kara K at a point, right? Is that Kara K? I can't tell. Close enough. Younger than Taylor. Yeah, I mean, I knew she was younger than Taylor. Sure, she looks. I mean, yeah, that's kind of always been the case with with Paloma. Oh, you mean she's young? Oh, yeah, she's younger now than what Taylor was on the season. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty insane. And she's older than what I was when she was on the season then. Because I think I'm only a few months younger than Taylor, if I remember right. I think, yeah, I think she's like born in February or something of the year I was born. I remember Xavier's also like only like 3 or 4 months, which is still like insane. I generally cannot believe Xavier is my age. Like, that does not feel right. Like, how is like Xavier's only 31 right now, right? Okay, I guess he's 32. Oh, actually, no. I guess he's a year older than me. Okay. I guess there's more of a difference. But still, how the fuck is this guy 32? He goes, I mean, like, I meant that. I thought he looked older. Yeah, like, I thought he was 35 when he first played. Like, the fact that he's 32 now. Like, what, 5 years after he first played? Like, that's pretty insane to me. Also, I do love how, like, I just shade Xavier in my, Hall of Fame video. Which, straight up, it wasn't on purpose. Like, so, like, aspects of it was on purpose, but also I just found it funny, so I just kept it in. Because the intention was to talk about Xavier first. So, okay, like, spoiler for my Hall of Fame video. I add in Tiffany and Xavier on the same year. And, like, part of the logic is that I think it's insulting to put Xavier on, but not Tiffany. So I was like, okay, I'm going to put them both on the same year. But I meant to talk about Xavier first. Because when it came to players that were from the same season, I meant to talk about them in placement order. But I accidentally talked about Tiffany first. And I was like, yeah, that's just right. That's fine. Like, again, I've been doing it different the rest of the video. But fuck it. That's kind of funny. Erica Landon making the video is tragic, is it? I don't know, Erica's one that was a bit up in the air on like, does Erica make the Hall of Fame? I don't know. I could see her just like randomly getting in there at a point. But she's definitely like one of the people on the like, man, she was one of the ones I was like the least positive on. Best Big Brother player every age when they played. I mean, that could be a thing. Erica does suck, but it's also like she's a 2-time player that made it deep on both of her seasons. Also was the runner-up on All-Stars. Does have a lot of friends in the alumni community, especially of the like legends of the show. Because like that's a factor in the Hall of Fame, is that the alumni get a good chunk of the vote, like the previous what do you call it? The previous inductees. So it's like I think she probably barely squeaks it on one of the years. Wow. Was this I think that Lyric is just rocking with the power, or Jason just uses it tomorrow. Ortiz, the best actress in the world. I swear I'm not. And that is true. So is she saying that Charlie is the best actor? Is she saying Camilla is the best actress in the world? Which actually, to be fair, that's probably fair. Like, I guess like Camilla is a pretty good actress based on what we've seen. Imagine being with Adam Gentry for 3 years. She did date what? Josh Souza? Is that his last name? That's the thing. Like she dated him for a while, right? Which, how many people know who Josh Souza is? I think that's probably the bigger question. Lyric is the best newbie on the cast. Yeah. I think her, Drew, Kamu, player-wise, are probably the top 3. Highest I think Devins would be if he wins, number 1. But no, probably like 10 to 15 range. I don't know if I have faith in Devins to crack top 10, especially considering all the like the things he's been like kind of handed here, but he probably would be like 10-20 range. Yeah, I'd ask you like 27 or something. Maybe higher. It might have been like 23 or something. I don't know. There's a calls Matt Williams, Survivor Jesus. Is that an accurate assessment? Yes. Yes. What is this? Is the Cole BB16 better or worse than Lyric? I would lean worse. But I don't know, actually. Lyric, or I mean, Nicole in 16, by this point in the season, probably better? Maybe? I don't know. Like, it's kind of like up in the air. Was this? I don't remember you telling me that you're putting me, D, and Devins up because I never said that. I was trying to work with you. Sure. That this is a thing that was said. Yep. Again, Jason doesn't lie. Jason's not a liar. Jason's not Jeff Probst. By the way, I also find this I found this very funny today when thinking back on it. So like last night, I went on this tangent about how like I feel like I'm just the reality TV guy now, and I've kind of just accepted that when it comes to the YouTube channel. I just realized I'm fucking Jeff Probst. By the way, that out of context is very funny. But I kind of like, am I just Jeff Probst that like I try to do other things. I try to do video game stuff. I try to do like some anime stuff. Jeff Probst without the money. I tried to do what else was there? Like Power Ranger stuff. But now I've kind of realized that, yeah, that shit's not doing well. So I'm just going to fucking stick with reality TV. Like, that's essentially Jeff Probst. They wanted to do like everything but Survivor. Those things failed. And now he's just like, fuck it. All in on Survivor. If I tried acting, I would be horrible. Yeah, I had my Gabon arc. I guess my mental breakdown was my Gabon arc. Actually, generally, like, Jeff tried for longer than that, right? Like, I would say, like, up until, like, Philippines. Because, like, that's when he had his talk show. I believe Philippines, Karamoan, and then, like, after that, he was a bit more clocked in. I mean, I knew video game videos didn't do well. I just wanted to still do them. But now, I think I'm just better off not. For, like, multiple reasons. It's not my most popular video. It's I don't even know. Is it even top? I know it's not top 5 anymore. It was at a point though. Like I don't know if it was ever number 1. It might have been number 2 though. Okay, it's number 7. That's something. Or no, number 6. No, it's 7. I'm dumb. Yeah, 7. 40 cast assessment being this high is also kind of insane. But yeah, I mean, it is funny just like how many, like how all these videos are just so old. Like the only one in the last couple years that's this high. This is actually very funny that this video got this many views. Like my Walking Dead, my season 2 Telltale retrospective got that many views. I haven't really looked at viewership in a very long time. Yeah, season 1 got that many views. I wonder what other like random shit is here now. Yeah, nothing too special. Like nothing too like shocking outside that, I guess. Also, I realized the fact that I've done 800 videos is pretty insane. Because like I've been watching a lot more YouTube recently, and like seeing a lot of these channels that have been around for longer than I have, and they're like way less videos is kind of like how much does Square Eye Jack have? Like he's been around for yeah, he has 415. And like he started like 14 years ago. And that's even like kind of on the upper end. Where I kind of I did way too much. For do cast speculation, yeah. Probably delete the bad ones. No, I'm not gonna delete shit at this point. I think it's part of the canon. Yeah, I'm not deleting this stuff. Part of me does kind of... I do really wonder what the channel would have been if Survivor didn't blow up. Because, like, obviously, like, you can see here, like, this wasn't meant to be a Survivor channel. Like, yeah, I did Survivor here and there, but, like, it definitely wasn't, like, the main focus of things. Like, I did so much random shit early on. Oh, you're talking about the other people deleted the bad ones? Maybe. Again, I won't do that. But, yeah. Now, what was another... Like, there's another channel I was looking at that, like... Yeah, like... Max, Durot or whatever. Like, how many videos does he have? 500? Whatever. He's been around for a while. Yeah, like 11 years also. Again, there's just a lot of like YouTubers that have been around for like so long. You have like less videos than I do. How much does Mr. Matty Plays have actually? I feel like he definitely has more than I do though, right? Yeah, 4.1K. Okay, that's kind of insane. Like that's an insane number. How much does Pete Dorr have? Dude, I have more videos than Pete fucking Dorr, who's the person that got me into YouTube, like when I was game collecting. Yeah, fucking 19 years ago. That is insane. Yeah. Dude, it's insane. I've been following Pete Dorr for like 17 years then. Like somewhere around there. American Ninja Warrior Season 2 was a peak AEW video. I don't even think I have footage in that one, right? Because like I think like I couldn't find AEW 2 footage at the time. So like I don't even think I have like footage from the show when it was meant to have footage from the show. Which is kind of funny. Quantic Dream ranking has 16. Okay, that's pretty decent. This is the dumbest video I've ever made. Why the fuck did I make this video? Fucking ranking the Lost Hills of Greece from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Like, what the fuck is... Also, what is this shit? Why did this get views? This is such a shit video. Like, and again, like, I think it's a spot where, like, I also come to realize that, like, I'm just not that good at making videos about video games. Even though I do think I can make a better video now than what I've done in the past, but, like, these are shit videos. Like, this is a shit fucking video. Especially, like, now having watched more people's videos. I'm just, my videos are pretty shit. But again, at least, like, nowadays, is like, at least I have, like, found my, like, niche. It's at least, like, I have, like, a specific, like, thing I feel like people care about hearing me talk about. Again, that's still funny to me. But yeah, again, I'm not, like, a particularly good, like, YouTuber. Professor Tim, yeah, that was 2020, right? Or actually, was that even 2019? I think it was the end of 2019, right? I don't even, does he still, like, he did subscribe to me at the time. I haven't, like, bothered checking recently because, like, do people remember Tim anyway at this point? But, yeah, he was a big character at the time. It is, like, pretty nostalgic looking back at. The fact I did a Sasuke 37 review at the time. This is also a video that, like, kind of insane that I made. Where I would never make one again. Feel bad for Mallory. Her tea party got ruined. Yeah, what a tragedy. They had one Star Wars video I made. This is also a really bad video. Like my Shenmue 3 video. This is also, like, this got so many views, and, like, I don't know why I should not have made this video. But still, it is very funny. I think it probably has the most dislikes of any video I've ever made, which is fair. I think it's fair. I mean, like, it ultimately is me just disagreeing with, like, the hardcore Devil May Cry fan base, but yeah, it's also a spot where, like, I probably just should have made it to begin with. Yeah, that I think that's the funny thing. The Winners at War. Where is it? It's yeah, it's further up. No, further up still. Here. This video came out on the day that it got leaked. That Winners at War was, that 40 was Winners at War. Like, that was so fucking funny. Thank God it's sandwiched in between my Future of Assassin's Creed videos. And thank God I made a 9-minute video on my thoughts on Assassin's Creed Kingdom. And what an iconic video.
All right, guys, BLM here, back with a new.
I can't. No, yeah, not actually gonna listen to that. Dude, Assassin's Creed Odyssey feels like a fever dream at this point. I kind of want to replay Assassin's Creed Odyssey, just because I think it'd be funny. Mike was awful. Yeah, I mean, it was my phone. Like, the way I used to record videos was me literally just talking into my phone. Like, I didn't get a mic of any sort until... No, way further than this. Around here? I think this was the first video. Or I think this might be the last video I did without a mic. Something like that. I remember it was Survivor South Africa. Because I remember, like... Actually, I think... Was this the video... One of the videos, like, someone commented that, like, something like, why are you doing this if you don't have a good mic or whatever? Like, something of that nature. Yeah, I did make reviews on Circle France and Brazil. That is a thing I did. I would not be opposed to doing a video on Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I don't know. I feel like what I have to say, like, I don't think I have anything unique to say about it, though, is kind of the issue. I think that's kind of what I'm looking for at this point with game videos. Like, I mean, like, maybe I'll still make the Odyssey video because I've done all the Assassin's Creed ones anyway. Like, I still do intend on eventually making the Syndicate video. And then Origins is the big one that I feel like I would need to make. Yeah, I actually got around doing the Yu-Gi-Oh ranking with Reigns. I do actually want to watch Reigns. Like, I do generally actually want to watch Reigns because I hear it's actually pretty good for the most part. I have no real interest in anything after Reigns, like Sevens and like stuff like that. Doesn't really interest me, but like Reigns seems interesting. That's also a very funny face from Suri. Yeah, I just don't know when Minecraft Story Mode's happening. It probably won't, to be honest. Like, I would bet. Like, I think it's more likely I just never make it than it actually does happen at this point. Those are really slow. Yeah, I've heard at least like story-wise, it's pretty good. I was gonna do a Digimon. Yeah, I was gonna do Digimon at a point, and I just never did. I despise production intern D for ruining what we had brewing between Rome and Kamu. Toolshed forming was the single worst thing that happened to BB28. That was a potentially interesting dynamic, but the house production letting icons. Sure. Yeah. Sure. I don't really have like it's like I don't know if I despise production for it, but like yeah, it could have been fun. This person CamFan28, don't know. New one's pretty good. What is the new Digimon? What is going on with Digimon nowadays? I generally haven't been following. There's anime. Data Break? I didn't know this existed. Ghost Game. What the fuck is Ghost Game? What is... I've never seen this either. I knew about... I think Fusion's the last one I knew about. Well, I knew about this. I knew they redid Adventure. But yeah, I generally had no memory of Digimon Universe, Digimon Ghost Game, or Digimon Data... Or Beat Break? Why did I say Data? Whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to watching Digimon eventually. Like, I do generally want to rewatch, like, Tamers in particular. I remember loving Tamers when I was a kid. Like, Tamers feels like the... Like, it feels like the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds of Digimon. Mentioned App Monsters before. You probably have, to be fair. I feel like I remember you did mention... like the Digimon series that was Astro Fusion at a point. I just had no memory of what it was called. I did not think it was Universe App Monsters. Digimon the Betas and Submissives, yeah. When's ranking starting? We should have already. Rumor has it, the streamer named T Mars never finishing his Rumor video. That is a rumor, and that is true. I am never finishing the Rumor video. Generally, I'm probably never finishing the spoiler Rumor video. I don't even know if I'm making that video at this point. I would like to, but I don't know if I'm ever actually doing it. Actually, I should look up comments. There was a comment I saw, but it wasn't like relevant fully. Like, I mean, like, it's a comment more so just like, hey, I wonder how like Poverty will rank, which like, yeah, or like how I'll logic the Poverty ranking, which sure, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that's what I know about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Got a lot like very kid friendly. I feel like that's just the way that these shows went. Because that happened with Power Rangers, that like it seemed like that happened with Digimon, with like Fusion and like App Monsters looks kind of kiddie. Like I think that's just what happened is that like obviously like the shows at first like grew with its audience, but eventually the audience got too old to where they're like, well, we gotta appeal to kids again. So yeah, it became kiddie again. Which like again, I get it from a business perspective. Like obviously, like yeah, like okay, I'm looking it up right now. There's no new comments. We have not reached Dancefield yet, which is kind of sad. Hades Town? What is Hades Town? Oh, musical? Yeah. Didn't know this existed. Yep. Didn't know this existed. yeah, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh did pass away. But yeah, I still do love, like, I talked about this before, right? That I did, I kind of got into this, actually what kind of led into me, like, starting to watch YouTube videos more now is, I went to this, like, rabbit hole just rewatching a whole bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh duels on YouTube, like, just a couple months ago. So I do still genuinely love Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, and actually this is something this is, so, now I'm just going on fucking tangents about nothing. But, this is something I've also thought about. If I did ever actually write Tales from Morania, or, I mean, no, I forgot I changed the name, but I forgot what I named it, whatever. If I ever actually do, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a major inspiration at this point. In the fact that I think I would try to revolve it around a game. And I was thinking, like, of doing it, like, and I was thinking of, like, mixing it in with, like, some social strategy elements, because I feel like, obviously, that's kind of, like, what I'm into now. Because, like, obviously, like, I originally, like, meant it to be, like, a shonen, like a typical shonen with, like, fighting, like, a normal fighting and stuff. But I actually feel like I kind of feel more inspired to make, like, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Style thing, of that there's, like, a game that is utilized instead of fights. Because I still think that's something that's, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Does that's so impressive, is that, like, somehow it makes this, like, fictional fucking card game that's so fucking convoluted, like, so, like, compelling. So I feel like that's something I would probably try to do if I were to rewrite it, but it's never happening, though, is it? Supposedly the Duel Monsters anime live stream. Oh, is that a thing? Which, yeah, I was doing that for a bit. Now I'm falling asleep to just random YouTube videos that are in my watch later, because I have an insane amount of videos in my watch later. Actually, I can show this real quick. And to be fair, I've been adding them as I've been going along, so that's obviously playing a factor. Where, like, I actually started off with, like, 2,000. Now I'm at fucking almost 4,000. Because I just keep on, like, adding shit. Let's see. Watch later. If it'll load. Yeah, like here. Right now I have 3,970 videos in my watch later. Like an obscene amount of videos. And, like, the way I'm watching it is through, like, a really fucking, like, dumb system of, like, essentially I just pick, like, every video I watch, I switch the category, and then whatever's at the top from that category is what I watch. So, like, right now I'm at date published, so, like, I'll watch this, then after that I'll go to date, like, published oldest, and then watch whatever's at the top of that, which is probably a completionist video, yeah. So that's something. Then I go to date added. But yeah, that's essentially what I do, which it didn't update, but that's fine. Sure, I talked about it, but hot take, I didn't like the Tea Party fight. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just kind of where we're at. But anyway. Alright, I think we'll actually probably start the player ranking. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know, kind of like icky to a degree. It's just like, why are we, again, it's like, it feels like Kamu just like kicking Jason while he's down. It doesn't really help his game in any way. What's the context? It's essentially just Kamu wanted to create a reason to target Jason, even though he was already targeting Jason. Everyone knew he was targeting Jason already. But he's like, I need a reason, so I'm gonna get into a fight with Jason, I guess. I don't know, it was just dumb. Yeah, and that's a factor too. I think he wanted like a moment for the show and to like win the fan, like yeah, it would help him in the fan vote and whatnot. Everything open still. Yeah, okay. All right, I think we'll start the player ranking. I'll work on it for a few hours. We'll see. I'm still not 100% decided on if I'm streaming tomorrow day. I'm definitely streaming tomorrow night. Like, yeah, I'll be here every night until it's done. I still stand by that. I'm not sure if I want to do day tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I will do like a shorter stream during the day. I don't know. I do like I need to watch Big Brother. I also just kind of want a bit of a like time to chill. So it's like I might not, but I think I'm probably more likely to stream day of Wednesday. But again, we'll see. I'll take I love Yash. Can't explain it, bros. This is funny to you. I mean, like, yeah, it's funny that he's there, but I don't like him. All right. This tier. Yeah, what a tier of Chris the Hasty, Judd, Shane Powers, Courtney Merritt, Randy, Jeremiah Wood, and Dan Foley. Oh, we're at fucking Dan Foley. It's finally happened. Okay, I think I am actually going to look up voting records here because I think this might play more of a factor into things. With this tier, because this is kind of just a weird fucking tier. Also something I'm probably going to do off stream. I think I mentioned this last stream. So like off stream, which I didn't get to do any today, but like I've been like kind of labeling the tiers. And I've kind of noticed a couple things that feel inconsistent to where like I'll probably end up doing some of those minor adjustments off stream. I just don't care enough to keep that on stream. I think at this point we're just going to keep with like I'll keep everything here on stream. Everything else is kind of just like, yeah, I'll do that off stream. It's not really worth the time. Bad but old, yeah. But yeah, like I like an example of that is like Yasmin here. I think Yasmin, because like I had Yasmin here, but like based on the current criteria, Yasmin probably should be closer to like oh no, not here. Like here maybe. Or like here, I don't know. It's like she probably should be like a tad higher, and I think there's like a couple other things like that that are like they probably should be like a couple spots higher, but it's like it doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. It's like there's no major changes that I'm planning on making. To where like if there was a major change, I'll do that on stream, but like it's really just a lot of like for the consistency of tiers, there's probably like a person that would move down a tier, like move down like 2 people or something, but it's like whatever. You're old, so you don't suck that much. I mean, like, at least there's an excuse. They have an excuse. Does John Raymond have an excuse? Is being a pastor enough of an excuse? Yeah. All right. Chris, actually, I can delete Randy because, like, I already have him on the side. All right. So, yeah, Krista. So, we have 7, 11, 12, 28, 30. 7, 11, 12, 28, 30. All right, we got Krista Hasty from Pearl Islands. She goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tribals. Is on the right side for 7. It's actually better than I thought it would be. I'm Jason's so gone. I think there's an argument for Jacob Derwin being the worst player. I mean, there's an argument. Like, I think there's an argument for anyone that I have in the red tier. And I shouldn't say everybody, but like, I think most people that are like within this range, there's an argument that they're the worst player. And like Jacob, I don't know if there's an argument I would agree with that Jacob's the worst player. Bottom 10, yeah. But like actually the worst, I don't know. I don't feel like I would agree with that logic. I think anyone here though, I can get it. Yeah, literally anyone here. I think if you said that this person's the worst player, I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. What makes John Raymond the worst? It's just that there's nothing good to say. Or again, I like at this point, the criteria is more so like merit based. That's the way I should say it. But like, it's more so like what good is there? Like it's more so focusing on like how much good there is than like trying to balance out the good and the bad. To where like when focusing on the good, it's like what is there that's good from John Raymond? And And like that goes for like anyone in this tier. There's really nothing good. And actually, to be fair, Jeremy maybe should move higher, actually. Jeremy maybe should be closer to this tier with the current criteria. But still, it's like John Raymond, Kel, even Michelle Chase, you could argue it, but like Carolina, John Raymond, Kel, for sure. Like, there's just nothing good you could say about them. Like, I can't name a single good thing about their game. They were voted out unanimously. Like, no one wanted them to stay. They were disliked. They were physical assets, yet still got voted out. Like, there's literally nothing good you can say. Like, Michelle, at least, like, okay, Kenny wanted her to stay. Jeremy, like, had Mike wanting him to stay. At least that's something. Like, there's literally nothing good to say about, like, John Raymond and Carolina and Kel. And again, with like, in terms of like John Raymond versus Carolina in particular, it's like John Raymond, someone that like really shouldn't be the first vote out. Like, he's like this alpha guy that does well in challenges. Like, why are you voting him out first? Like, Carolina, it's like she's not the alpha guy that does well in challenges. With Abraham, it's more so just that there isn't, like, with Abraham, I think it's just that he came into the game so limited. That's like, I kind of give him some grace because of that, because it was such a small tribe, and that's pretty much it, actually. Generally, that's probably like the main factor. Yeah, that's pretty bad of Carolina. But also that shows that she survived a vote. Now with Jacob Derwin, he had some people that wanted him to stay. They weren't willing to fight for him, but they did want him to stay. Also, it's like, I don't think he was playing, like, I think he was at least like trying to do the right thing. Just that he couldn't get anyone to like follow him. Where's the objectively good but I hate them tier for Rizzo? Number 1, clearly. Do we fault Carolina for being cheated on? Yes, clearly. Judd has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I thought it'd be more, to be honest. 7 tribals, is in the majority for, I believe, yeah, all but 1. So he's 6'7". Judd is 6'7". Thank God. Thank God if anyone was 6'7", it's fucking Judd Sargent. Oh, I thought Cindy was here. Where the fuck's Cindy? Which, I mean, Cindy being higher makes sense, but I'm just like, I think I just assumed Cindy was in this tier. Shane. Shane and Courtney, right? Shane has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count. Like, he knew what was going on. So, I think 5 out of 6. Courtney, I think, is 5 out of 5, right? Yeah. I think Atmos is the only Digimon series without a dub. Oh, was there no dub at all? That's interesting. Then we got Jeremiah Wood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And is the majority for 4. Wait, no, not 6. This is 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the majority for 3. So that's not as good. Where did we leave the general? Where's the general? I moved him down that far. Okay, is that too low for general? But I feel like Jeremiah with the general isn't the worst thing in the world. And then we got Dan Foley, my king. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I actually will give him credit for this. 9. And then he's technically in the majority the entire time, right? Yeah. King Dan Foley. Okay. What are we doing here? So, I feel like Jeremiah is just lower. I think based on the current criteria, I feel like he's just lower. It's like, yeah, he had a theoretical path to the end, like had like cast not flipped. It's like, yeah, he would have been in the final 3 likely. But also it's not like he was like winning like a lot of those situations. And it's like he was still on the bottom of his Beauty Tribe Alliance. Like I don't really see why he would be so much higher than the general. But also the general does feel like maybe that's a tad too low for the general. Now let's see. So where's that? Fuck. Okay, cool. Yep, that's definitely what I meant to do. Ghost Game didn't originally either, but recently got one. How is Ghost Game? Is Ghost Game any good? Because if I remember right, App Monster wasn't good, right? Okay, there's the general. Yeah, thank God you're here for me talking about Dan Foley. Thank God. Yeah, I think Jeremiah is moving down. Yeah, I'm just like double checking the people I'm moving below just to make sure it's not like there's anything there that I don't agree with. But it's like, yeah, I think it's fine. Again, I think Jeremiah is a player that is probably has more potential than people give him credit for. Because I think a lot of people like left that season think he's just a bad player, but like he's fine. But like also there's just not enough like actually there. I feel like it's not like he's ever like controlling the game or anything. He's like, yeah, he was in an alliance that probably would have gotten to the end. Had his side gotten the numbers, but even then he's not winning. So like he's essentially just kind of the general, and actually like he's kind of worse because at least the general was in the majority of the entire season. Jeremiah couldn't get in the majority of his original group. Like he was in the majority, but like he was on the bottom of the majority. Like the general was like at the top with Tammy and John. Which I mean, I guess too fair. Like that's only like one position better, but like still. Again, that's what matters on a list like this. But yeah, I think I'll go here. For Jeremiah Wood. There we go. One player off the board. Right? Yeah, okay, yeah. For some reason, I was thinking we start at 3. I thought this is where we start, but no, we did start at 313. It's okay, cool. I watched the recent ones myself. Heard Ghost Game was okay. Yeah, maybe I'll try out Beat Break. I don't know. Shayton is this? Yeah. What would be better? Final tribal reveal. Kyle being a lawyer. Jeremiah being a model. Obviously, Jeremiah. I can't believe it. Jeremiah was a model this entire time. Yeah, I think these players are probably more appropriately in this category. What am I doing with Randy Bailey, though? I think that's still a thing I need to figure out what I'm doing. I do think these players are probably moving down, though. I guess like the argument for why they were this high was that they were playing optimally, right? Or at least they had an optimal idea of what they should be doing. I think was like what the intention was behind them being this high. He's like Krista again, like was planning on cutting Rupert by the end. I don't think she wins anyway, and I think that's also like a a factor of these people is that these people were like we're not well liked. We're still like GOAT style players, even though they may have had like a winning scenario here and there. But they were still like not actually good. But again, like Krista was at least planning on flipping on Rupert. That's at least something. Judd was again trying to get the end of Stephanie. Shane was trying to get the end of Courtney. Courtney like almost led a vote against Aris, and was actually in the majority of the entire game. Dan Foley was trying to get to the end of Will and Rodney. I don't think Courtney has a winning scenario. Yeah, it's like I think in this tier, I would say the ones that have no winning scenarios are Krista and Courtney, and like Randy's. I don't know if Randy's not really the same as these. But I just don't know what I'm doing with Randy at this point. But yeah, I would say like Judd, Shane, Dan had like again, Dan is a weird one. Like okay, Shane and Judd definitely had winning scenarios. Like Shane definitely beats Courtney. Judd definitely beats Stephanie. Dan claims he wins. Now again, does he actually win? Who the fuck knows? But he at least says he does. So yeah, I don't know. Krista beats. Oh yeah, I guess too fair. Yeah, Krista beats Lil and Burton. Yeah, actually, okay, yeah, that's fair. I think that's kind of luck based in the fact that like Lil and Burton came back into the game to have that happen. But like, yeah, I guess that is fair though. I guess she does technically beat somebody. He was an adopted child. That is true. Like thank God. Dan was adopted. If he wasn't adopted, would he have a 9-9 vote record? Would he have a perfect voting record of being in the majority his entire season? I don't think so. But yeah, I am... Let's see. I think with the current criteria... I think they're... like, I think a lot of these are moving down at least. I'm debating on where to, though. I guess, like, you have this, like, Stacy tier, which is, like, kind of interesting. This, like, Stacy Nayanka grouping. Because I think once we get beyond that, it's, like, people that actually were... Well, okay, I guess it's a spot where, do I give them credit? Well, like, okay, I think it's, like... Courtney, I think, is moving down. I think is where I'm at. Courtney probably should be closer to here. Like, Courtney should be maybe more in the, like, tier of people that would have been GOATs, but couldn't actually be GOATs. But weren't, like, that far away from being GOATs. Which I feel like is, like, what Stacy and Nayanka are. And, like, were people that were, like, technically voting in the majority the entire time. I actually feel like Nayanka... is probably better. I think I go Stacy above, or I think I go Courtney above Stacy, but I do think I go Nayanka above both. Courtney and Sue Smay could be a similar tier. I think with Sue, like, yeah, Sue actually at least got to the end. Courtney, like, I guess to be fair, like, she had, like, Terry and Shane wanting to take her to the end. And it's not like Sue was really in the majority of that entire endgame stretch. But yeah, I think I still dock Courtney for, like, the fact that Courtney, for the fact that Sari, Aris, and Danielle all didn't want to go to the end with her. Despite her being such a big goat. Or, like, even with Sue, it's like, I think everyone kind of recognized that Sue was a goat and still want to go to the end, which, like, obviously is, like, it's still bad. But, like, in this ranking of, like, or like, trying to find the positives, like, Sue at least was able to get to the end. Courtney wasn't, despite both being, like, massive goats. So yeah. I still feel like Krista should probably be dropped off somewhere. Like Krista, yeah, it's like she could have beaten Burton and Lil, but she wasn't planning on going down Burton and Lil. Like she was gonna lose. Like she was planning on going down Sandra, who she would have lost to. So it's like, I guess like a bit of credit for the fact that she had a winning scenario, but it's not like she was trying for that winning scenario. Like, I feel like that's below Butch, right? Like, Butch is someone that was trying for his winning scenario. Like, I think, like, position-wise, like, Krista and Butch are not that far apart. But, like, Butch at least was actually trying to get into his winning scenario of getting to the end with Matthew. Maybe Krista is just in this tier. Maybe she is still with, like, Courtney and Nyanka just, like, above them, maybe. But she's also still someone that was, like, a pretty big goat and couldn't even be taken to the end. I guess, again, to be fair, there was Burton and Lil who were bigger goats. But still, it's like, she was a bigger goat than Sandra, and they voted her out over Sandra. I actually feel like maybe Nyanka above both. Or above, like, above Krista. But I think Krista above Courtney. Because at least Nyanka, like, it's at least more up in the air in the fact that she could have been a goat. That she could have been taken to the end, I think is a better way of saying it. Where Krista actually gets voted out. I think I actually feel like maybe that's like a Nyanka in a different tier then. Yeah, then we got Judge, Shane, and Dan Foley. This iconic trio. Are they Butch? What is the... I find that funny because, like, Butch actually means something, right? What is Butch meaning? Like, slang. Yeah. But yeah, I think they're, like, Butch level. I guess, like, maybe better because they don't lose control. I mean, maybe Shane is actually Butch level. Judd, and maybe Judd, actually, generally, Dan Foley might actually be, like, I think Dan Foley's the top. I do love Dan Foley as a top. But, like, yeah, I feel like Judd and Shane are probably closer to Butch. Like, there were points where they were in the majority. They were blindsided at a couple points, too. Again, we're trying to go for their winning scenario, but couldn't quite get there. But, like, Butch got closer. To give credit to Butch. Yeah, I feel like maybe this should be broken up a little bit more of, like, Sue, Nora, Keith, Famey here. And then... yeah, Butch. Like, okay, Jane. I had Judd above Sard. Or fuck me, dude. I had Judd above Shane. Before. Do I stand by that? I think I do. I don't know. That's actually kind of a weird one. Like, Shane versus Judd. Like, Judd goes to one more tribal. But, like generally, it's like, they're kind of in similar-ish spots. I mean, I guess, like, Shane... like, how do I even describe... like, so Shane was, like, part of this, like, 4-person alliance that was, like, running the new Kasaya tribe, but he also takes himself out of that alliance. So that's bad. While Judd, like, starts off in a rockier position, but then swaps into a position where he's able to, like, make the most of it, and then gets into the core of that group, only to then still be blindsided or merged by them. When, like, Jamie goes home. Like, Shane wasn't blindsided until the final 6, but is that really that big of a difference? Especially when it's still, like, a similar case that they, like, lost their goats, or, like, one of their goats. Like, I would have more faith in Shane, I think. But I think Judd was playing a more fluid game. And actually, I think that was what determined it before, was that I feel like Judd plays more fluidly than Shane. Like, Shane's pretty, like, stuck in his ways of, like, I have to work with these people. I'm going to stick to my word. Like, Judd is, like, willing to make, like, deals and then break them, even though he doesn't own up to it, but he's willing to do that. So, yeah, I think that that makes me stick here. And I think I do put him below Butch because Butch was closer to making it to his winning scenario. The idol is definitely on the ground. I don't know why you would think otherwise. And I kind of feel like Butch, Judge, Shane is its own tier. I don't know if Sundra is really with Matthew, but I'll just do that for sake of how it looks. Because it looks better to not have all these tiers together. But yeah, I'll probably deal with that more when I, like, label all the tiers. Generally, Dan Foley's probably just higher. I don't know. Like, Dan Foley is in the majority of the entire season. Even his boot round, he's in the majority. Again, we can claim he could win the game and was trying for that situation. Like, he wasn't blindsided along the way like these people. He probably just is here. Fuck me, dude. People are gonna be so happy when they see Dan Foley and Dan Spilo in part fucking 10 or whatever. What part? Generally, what part is this? I think this actually is nearing part 10, right? Because what? It's every 50 people's a part. Well, I don't even need to do... Yeah, part 9. Yeah. We're literally... If he gets the top 300, he's in... Wait, is that part 9 or part 10? Either way, whatever. He's in a high part. But yeah. Let's see. Dan... Like, let's... At least I want to talk this through. Dan Foley versus these people. Dan Foley versus Heather. Maybe that's not the worst comparison, actually. He's like Heather, Dan Foley had, like, a very niche situation to win, but, like, almost got into that situation. Was in the majority of the entire season. I guess more credit to Dan in the fact that he's not necessarily a beta. It's funny you say that unironically. But so, like, I think it's pretty clear Erica was the alpha, Heather was the beta in their alliance. Like, Erica was the one that did more of the work, was the one that did, like, have better connections, whatever. Like, Dan doesn't really have an alpha in that way, right? It's like, Dan doesn't really have, like, a ride or die that gets more of the credit for things. Is Hyunmin on Devil's Plan? Is that a thing? I didn't see that. That's insane, if that's the case. That'll be very fun. Who's on Devil's Plan at this point? What, Jinho, right? Who else is there? Just confirmed? Yeah, that's insane. That'll be fun. Yeah, I mean, like, again, a, like, 30-year-old Hyunmin, like, that's pretty dangerous, I feel like. Like one that like doesn't get as cocky, maybe, hopefully. I think I'm just gonna move up to the next tier. Actually, no. Should I leave Dan Foley with Heather? I think there isn't actually like an argument for that. I think it is close. Mind you, I think it's also a spot where like I could see some of the people up here moving down, which would move Dan Foley up. But like, I think I'll do it for now. In that I don't think this is the most like, I don't think this is the worst comparison. It's like Dan Foley and Heather. And I think maybe I move Clay down to this tier. I think feels better also. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing there. Look at me. I got 6 people done in like 20 minutes. That's good. Probably more than 20 minutes, but whatever. Yeah, I still need to figure out what I'm doing with Dan or with Randy. But I think we'll leave him here for now. Okay, so like with Randy, it's a spot where like he technically is in the majority group the entire pre-merge phase, despite being swap screwed. Yeah, Randy's still like, he's still Randy, so he's still like a bad player, but like he at least demonstrates some good skills for the game at points. Like he's able to get in with, like he's able to get into a majority post swap and everything, and like actually like leapfrog Bob. But he is on the outs for the end game stretch, so it's like. But yeah, I think the argument was that he shouldn't be that far away from like a Gary Hogaboom, right? Which I still think he's better, or I think Gary Hogaboom is better, but I do agree that it shouldn't be that big of a gap. This is going to be an insane tier. What the fuck? All right. Yeah, well, I think we'll start working on this tier. We got Sue, Hawk, Sugar, Dreams, Philip, and Abby Maria, which is kind of a power goat tier to a degree. Like, not fully, but like, I think that's kind of the general idea around it, is these more power goat-esque players. All right, what seasons do I need? 1, 14, 17, 22, 25. 1, 17, forgot one of them, 25. What was the other season? It was, let's see if I can remember without looking it up. 14. It was Dreams. Yeah. Yeah, we got Sue, who has 1. I'm not even going to really factor all. I don't know. Am I going to factor? Maybe I should have factored All Stars. Maybe I should dock her a bit for All Stars. But anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, 9 tribals. And is in the majority, I think, for all of them. Yes. A 9 out of 9 record for Sue Hawk. If we want to include All Stars, 10 out of 10. But then also she quits the game and also just plays kind of shit on that season. Then we have Sugar, who is on 1, 2, or goes to 1, 2, 3. I actually, generally, I forgot Sugar was on Here's Villains, like, for a second there. Like, I was literally thinking about Sugar as a one-time player. Anyway, Sugar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess 10. So 10 tribals. She's on the outs for none? I mean, she would have been here. Like, I guess, like, technically none. Okay. Good for Sugar. And then she's obviously voted out right away. And here's your bones. Dreams. Generally, I think Dreams is probably too high, if I were to guess, but we'll talk about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 tribals. I'm not going to give him credit for that. But I think the rest you can. Yeah, I would say 10 out of 11 is probably his record. Which, to be fair, is actually a pretty good record. But whatever. Then we got Philip, the specialist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tribals on that season. I'm not going to include this because like he did not know about Matt going home. So I'll say 12 out of... Yeah, I would say 12 out of 13 for him there. And then adding in Kara Moen. I guess I should open Second Chance also. Kara Moen, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even 8, technically, because he's in the majority there. So 8 tribals there. And is voting in the majority in... Oh, wait, no, 7 tribals, because this is a typo. But anyway, 7 tribals and is in the majority for all of them. So, that is kind of an insane record for Philip Shepard. All things considered. I don't think Philip knew at all. He didn't know what was happening. He just thought Boston Rob was going to protect him. Like, I believe what happened with that tribal is that he wasn't told who was going home. But then, like, Boston Rob said, I'll, like, tap the person that I want you to vote for, right? And then he did have Christina. And then, like, I don't think Philip knew much of what was going on there. They're like, I don't know, maybe he thought he was. But, like, I think he also just thought Boston Rob was going to protect him somehow. But yeah, he didn't know about Matt going home, at least. Like, he might have, like, had an idea that's like, okay, I'm, like, they're not going to vote for me. But he didn't know who exactly they were going to vote, like, who exactly they were going to split on. Then we got Abby Maria, who doesn't have that many tribals here, right? Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And is in the majority for... 4? No, 3. Yeah, only 3 on this season. Huh. Didn't realize it was that bad, actually. Then Cambodia. Which I think this is a much better one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tribals that she survives and is in the majority for... Generally, with returning players, I probably should be factoring in the boot rounds, right? Yeah, so I think returning players, I'll start to add in the boot rounds because it makes sense to do that. Wait, so then, yeah, I put Sue at 11. Okay. Wait, so what was it again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So now we're at 12 tribals for Abby Maria there. And she's in the majority for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not there. Not there. I'm not going to give her credit for that. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 12. Yeah, 9 out of 12. So what's that total of? 12 out of 19. That's pretty bad, actually. That's kind of bad. So yeah. Actually, is this Randy one including his boot? I don't think it is, right? Yeah, it's not. So it's 3 out of 6. Okay. I really am struggling for Andy at this point because I do feel like I don't feel like he should be this high. But also, it's like, it makes sense that he's this high, though, based on, like, our current criteria. But it also just feels weird. I feel like Abby probably should be lower in retrospect. Considering it's not even like she's in the majority for a lot of the game. Like, she's just kind of, like, both seasons post-merge, she's kind of just, like, in and out of the majority at points. She doesn't have win equity. She couldn't even be a GOAT at the end. It's like she's just kind of a glorified version of this tier, isn't she? Like, maybe I could put her with Nayanka because she, like, did it twice. But, yeah, it's like, I feel like she is just kind of this. Considering she can't even make it to the end. And, like, I think it is impressive that someone like Abby Maria is someone that's even able to survive as long as she does. Because, like, why are you not voting her out earlier? But I guess, to be fair, she didn't go to Tribal on Tendang. Which, she was going to go home anyway, but, like, still. Like, she never had to, like, face any adversity in the pre-merge on that season. So yeah, I think Abby is like, yeah, like she's kind of in this grouping. Especially with her like really drawing dead jury wise. I don't think there's a single situation where she can win. Yeah, I'm just debating above or below Nayanka. I think I'll go above just because of like she has 2 seasons that she makes it deep on. So I think I'll give her the credit for doing it twice in this spot, but yeah. I think she's moving down to there though. And then Philip, I think, is possibly higher, like, than what we currently have, if I'm being honest. Because, like, I think if we're just going on his first appearance, he's here. But he does have, like, a pretty decent second appearance. I mean, maybe he's not here, actually. Maybe he's closer to... Yeah, like, maybe he's, like, Sue, a little bit higher than Sue. Maybe, yeah, like, is he Sue, Nora? No, he's maybe Matthew level. I don't know. Like, he's, like, somewhere in this range. But he does have, like, a pretty good second appearance. And again, like, he's in the majority for 19 of his 20 tribals. Like, that's a pretty insane stat. Especially, like, that we've gone through so far. It's like, outside of Abby, like, what's the, like, I think the next highest is, like, 13 tribals, right? Yeah, it's like, there's no one that goes to anywhere close to 20 tribals. And yeah, he kind of gets screwed out of the game, too, so... Yeah, I think we're going up on Philip Shepard, the specialist. I think he should probably at least be in this ballpark, I think. Yeah, because, like, do I really think Angelina is that much better of a player than Philip Shepard? Not really. Yeah, Philip Shepard should be in at least the Dan Spilo tier. Yeah, I'm just, like, looking over things. I think I'm going to do that. I think I feel content with moving Philip to at least here. So I think we'll bring up the conversation again when we get there. Yeah, then we got Dreams, Sue, Sugar. Dreams, I feel okay leaving somewhere around here. Maybe Sugar as well. Like, Sugar versus Dreams, like, there was a couple points where they weren't really in the know what was going on. And they do become these, like, power goats. But, like, even Dreams wasn't even as much of a power goat. Like, he barely makes it to the end. I guess, like, the argument for Dreams is the fact that had it been a final 2, maybe he has a better shot. He's like, maybe Cassandra fights to keep him, and maybe Cassandra takes Cassandra to the end, and that's, like, a closer situation at least. But, like, it's still a spot where, like, they almost voted him out at 4. Like, if he didn't, like, if he did give immunity to Yao, which he was going to do for a lot of that round, it's like, he would have lost. Like, he would have been voted out. So, like, I do think that's a pretty damning thing. I would, like, maybe he's, like, closer to Matthew here. I guess, like, he has, like, a better early game than Matthew. Or at least, like, a better, like, I don't know, actually, is it that much better? Because I guess he's not, like, that well ingrained in the game. And he's kind of flip-flopping, and it's, like, pissing off people. Yeah, I think, I'm thinking Matthew level at this point for Dreams. I'm debating on which one. Because I can kind of see it going both ways in the sense that I think Dreams, like, both have rocky starts, but I think, rocky fuck, but, like, I think Dreams, still was better positioned than Matthew early on. Where, like, Dreams was in the majority, but he was kind of, like, there. Like, Matthew was, like, more of the, like, backup target, like, almost every round. But I think Matthew has a cleaner end game. But, I mean, I guess to be fair, the Dreams did, like, try to take a shot at Yao. And, like, he did have some influence there, so... Yeah, I think I'll land on Dreams above Matthew, but in that tier. Then we got Sugar, who probably is fine where she is here. Okay, what am I doing with Sue Hawk also? Sue Hawk's interesting to me. Is like, I actually think her Borneo game's pretty good, all things considered. Like, the problem is that she can't win. That's, like, a major issue, but, like, she still is in the majority the entire season. She was, like, the best positioned for a lot of the early game. Who I think looks better dressed up, Barrett or Drew? Probably Barrett. Does she lose to Sean? I think so, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Like, I think Sean, they didn't hate as a person as much as, like, they hated Sue. But also, like, I think they obviously recognize that Sue played more than Sean. So it's like, I don't know how they land on that. I think Sue probably loses. Like, Sue loses to all of the road to, fuck me, all the Toggy 4, though. And again, she's in a spot where she couldn't get to the end, though she did get unlucky in Kelly winning Final Immunity. And to be fair, I mean, like, maybe if it was a world where Kelly... I say Final 4 immunity. If Kelly doesn't win Final 4 immunity, she gets voted out at 4. And then, like, I think there's a shot that she gets that, like, Rich still throws immunity and, like, could Sue beat Rudy and Hands on Heart Idol? Like, there's at least a chance. So she could make it to Final 2 at that point. But, again, she's not winning. And that's still a spot where, like, she is outnumbered on paper coming into that round. Is she Sundra? No, she's better than Sundra. But I think, like, endgame wise, I feel like she is Sundra. I think her early game is better than Sundra. But I think her end game is Sundra. Yeah, I'm not sure how much credit to give her for her early game. Especially considering we have her second appearance was just pretty bad. Maybe I land her into Heather Dan Foley tier. The problem is that she didn't really have a winning scenario like they theoretically did, and we're kind of close to getting. Like Sue is drawing dead by the time of the Final Four, and has a bad second appearance. I think maybe I go somewhere like here. She is an active player and does things on her own. I think that's more to be said about than these people, but she can't win. So I think that and like these people can't win also, or at least it's a struggle. Like again, like maybe there's a world where like Clay can get a winning scenario, maybe, but like it's not looking good for any of these people. So yeah, I think she's kind of the middle ground. Is kind of I'm feeling about Sue. And is that also how I feel about Sugar? I think is the next thing to piece together. I can see it. I mean, like, kind of like actually, really, Sugar and Sue kind of do mirror each other to a degree. Like, I think in terms of being in the majority for most of the season, technically Sue's in the majority more than Sugar was. And to be fair, like, Sue survived the tribal in her second season. Sugar didn't. Like, she is a power goat, but like, I guess actually, maybe she is just here. Maybe I do have Sue. I guess, like, credit to Sugar, she was better positioned in the end game than fuck me, why did I say Jason? Than Sue. But I think Sue's early game is much better than Sugar's. So I think I feel okay putting him in the same tier. And I think considering Sue at least survived a tribal her second season, I think that's also a boost for Sue in comparison to Sugar. Thoughts on Jason exposing Yash as the mighty middle? It's true. Yash is playing everybody. Please target Yash. I love, like, I open Twitter for a second, and first thing I see is someone saying, Angela, please stop comparing your alliance to the Cookout. Yeah. Alright. Fucking Dan Foley's inching his way to the top 300. Okay, what do I want to do with Randy? Am I still moving up on Randy? Like, the thing about Randy is that even in this situation, like, even if his game played out the way he wanted it to, he's Sundra, isn't he? So, like, shouldn't he be a worse Sundra? Which, again, I think that'll probably take some, like, recalculation for some people up here. But, like, generally, yeah, like, I feel like Randy probably should be closer to here. Because, like, he's like a worse Sundra, realistically. Because it's not like he was part of, like, the core, but, like, he had some good recovery skills, like Sundra did with getting in with Yul and Becky. It's like the only reason he would have theoretically made a Final 3 is because Marcus got sniped out of the game. But even then, it's like, I think these players are probably better also. Or at least he's close. Like, at least these players came, like, closer to their ideal situations than Randy did. And like also it's not even like Randy's like playing optimally either, I think is also a thing where it comes to like Butch, Judge, Shane at least had the right idea of who to get to the end with. Yeah, I don't know. I feel I'm very conflicted on Randy because like I can see the arguments for him being higher, but it's like it doesn't feel right to me. And yeah, I do feel like Dan Foley is better than Randy, genuinely. King Dan Foley. But I think there is going to be some mixing up for sure in this like grouping. Like I think really up until that tier, yeah, I think this tier, this kind of like screwed over tier, I feel like there's going to be a lot of shifting, if I were to guess. Just because our current criteria has changed. Where like at this point we were very much like favoring in like potential. Where I feel like that's a little bit less of a factor nowadays. So I don't know. We'll see. Who was Sandra was the person I was thinking about, right? Yeah, I can actually see a lot of Randy Sandra comparisons, which I don't think anyone has ever said in their entire lives. Again, they were running their original tribes. They get swapped to bad position, recover from that. But also it's like Randy is Randy though. And also it's like Randy doesn't, like Sandra at least almost gets to the end, Randy doesn't. Yeah, it's like also Here's the Villain's not good, but also like I don't think it's that bad. Like it's, I think pregame definitely factored a lot in Here's the Villains, where there was like a pact with all the finalists, the former finalists, to keep each other safe. So it's like Randy is kind of left out of that, and also Randy being old played a factor. But yeah, like Randy would have had more win equity than Sandra. The Brutal? I don't know. Like, I mean, because, like, again, like, in Sandra's mind, she was going to find, like, I don't know if she actually was, but, like, in her mind, though, it was a final two. And, like, if she gets to the end of Becky, she has a shot. Like, I don't know if her intention was to go to the end of Becky, but, like, you would think it would have to be. And yeah, they hated Randy. Like, I mean, like, maybe there's, like, some weird niche situation where Randy can pull out the win. Or, yeah, if it's, like, Randy, Crystal, Sugar. Could Randy win that? I think he does, actually. But still, it's like it's a fairly niche situation. It's tough to really see him winning over a jury. Like he would have to get like his Onion Alliance people, and then like he would have like Maddie in that spot against like Crystal and other person and Sugar. So like he would have had a shot there, but like again, that wasn't happening. It's not like he wasn't trying for that either. So yeah, I think he is gonna be somewhere in this ballpark. Is Randy really that much better than Susie, actually? Yeah, I think I'm gonna move him down to here. Generally, I think he's gonna be like closer to the Abby Maria, like a ballpark. Yeah. What am I doing with him here, though? like, is he even better than Courtney Merritt, even? I don't know if I even feel that, to be honest. But I guess, like, I guess, like, credit to Randy. It's like, he was on the outs at the end, but, like, that's because, like, they went into the... Well, actually, they didn't really go into merge down numbers, though, right? It's like, they technically had Sugar, and they lost Sugar. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm moving around here. I'm trying to remember the Steve Wright argument. I think him and Steve Wright is not a terrible comparison. Like Michelle Yee also, and in the fact that, again, like, there's some good, like, skills for the game, but, like, they also were, like, playing for a situation where they probably still lose. And it's not like they were, like, respected by the jury. And obviously Randy's a lot more, like, confrontational in that. Or, like, I think Randy's more at fault for that, but yeah, I think I'm leaning here. Well, actually, do I put him in the Steve Wright tier, or do I put him in this tier? He kind of feels like he could be in the middle of that. I think I'll put him here. Because I think, like, these players are not playing for a win. I think at least these players, I guess they weren't playing for a win, but at least they were playing optimally to get into a better endgame situation. All right, so there's that. Dan Foley at 303 now. Only 3 away. Yeah, so now we're moving on to this tier, which I feel like gut instinct is that this tier moves down. Okay, first up, also, let's make some room. But yeah, like, I think this is a tier that's likely going to move down. With these being, like, players that were kind of running the early game. Kind of. Then, like, don't make it too far after the merge. And I guess, like, I guess there's some nuances within these. So, like, Michelle, I mean, actually, yeah, I don't even need to look up the charts with these. These are still people that didn't really go to that many tribals. Definitely worse than Dan Foley, yeah, obviously. Yeah, like, Michelle votes out Mari, gets swapped, screwed, and survives that over Cece, and then goes home right after, right? I think that's all she goes to. Jessica Johnson literally goes to no tribals until she's voted out. Dan Rangering, I think only... Okay, wait. No, Dan Rangering survives over Jeremy. He would have been in a good spot post-swap, but never goes to tribal there. We're like... And to be fair, Allison did consider flipping on Dan, but that never was going to happen. And then Merge votes out Elizabeth. He gets outplayed by the Davids in the John Hennigan vote, but, like, he was actually in the majority. So, like, I kind of want to give him credit for that, and then he goes out right after. And it's where he's also kind of screwed. Like, generally, Dan Rangering might actually... maybe he is, like, somewhere in this ballpark. Brandon Cotton is also kind of interesting in the fact that he was almost the first boot. But, like, that was because he had an idol, and there's, like, a lot of weird circumstances there. Following that, he's kind of running his tribe for the rest of pre-merge, but they just never go to tribal again. Which is kind of insane. And then gets New Era. But then, like, at the merge, he is in the majority for the Josh vote. He is in the majority for the Matt vote. and then he goes home, but he's also kind of in the majority. And I think the fact that Jam Jam wanted to save him, I'll give him credit for that. Even though I guess you could also like demerit him for like the fact that he was the one that didn't want to split the vote and everything, but like still. I feel like Romeo should be in this tier. I don't know. I feel like they're just kind of different, but like I don't know if like I wouldn't be shocked if they move below Romeo at this point. Because like is Romeo's game that different from these players, but then Romeo survived it? Because like these players are people that got flipped on right away at the merge, but they got voted out. Romeo got flipped on at the merge, but like didn't get voted out. Or yeah, like Romeo is here. Wait, why are numbers? Oh, wait. These are off by 1 for some reason. Okay, I don't think it's actually that big. Yeah, it's just that these people should be here. Whatever. Like I think my instinct with Michelle and Jessica is that they're moving down a decent chunk. Based on how we're currently assessing things. Like I think they're probably somewhere in this ballpark. Like Tevin, Sierra Wright. I feel like that's maybe closer to where they should be. Like to talk about the nuances of it. Like obviously Jessica doesn't go to any tribe as she survives, but also was like running her original tribe and then was also running her post swap. So like she has 2 different phases that she was controlling. My new part of that's because she got lucky in how the swaps played out, but still, she's like a worse Julia though, right? I mean, like I guess the argument is that she was like running things in a way that Julia wasn't, but like generally I think these players are moving down to here. But yeah, I think Jessica probably just fits this tier a bit better, like the Tevin Sierra tier. I guess actually no. To be fair to Jessica, she was like a safe vote in her boot round. To be fair to Jessica, like at least like unlike Tevin, unlike Sierra, who were like actually the targets, like Jessica wasn't necessarily the target. And I guess it's the same case with Michelle, actually. That's also the thing with Michelle. She also wasn't the target, but was a safe vote. In terms of the comparison between the two, obviously Michelle goes to tribals that she survives, Jessica doesn't. But I do feel like I feel like Jessica had more of a stranglehold on the game in her original tribes than Michelle did. But maybe I still do give the edge to Michelle. I don't really have that much of a vested interest either way. But yeah, I am leaning here. I think that doesn't feel too bad for me. Where like I feel like the fact that she was their safe votes boosts them above the people that were being like directly targeted in their boot rounds. But I think it's still lower than the people that were able to control 2 phases of the game like these players were. But then also these players survived some post-merge tribals. Where like these people didn't. So I think this feels like a good like middle ground for all that. So I think that's what I'm doing with them. Dan Rengring and Brand Cotton are interesting because they're just a tad different than that. Like both are theoretically like screwed out of the game. Like Dan's someone that like ran his original tribe, post swap was also in a good position, though again some considerations about voting for him that never would have happened. And then it was like starting to get outplayed in the post merge, but still like again like an idol. I don't know, like the John Hennigan vote's just a weird one. And then his boot is like idol nullifier, so like that's not even that bad. Well, actually, to clarify, idol nullifier and also a vote steal, right, to lead to him being voted out. Yeah, I kind of do want to leave him somewhat high. Like, Cedric is down there, though. Like, the thing is, like, is he really that much better than the Cedric, though? Because it's not like Dan had a long-term, like long-term prospects on that season. It's like Cedric also someone that, like, controlled, like, 2 pre-merge phases. Actually survives more tribal. Actually, no, I think around the same. No, actually, no. Dan does survive more tribals post-merge. But also, I guess, like, to be fair, like, he would have probably been taken out with the John Hennigan vote had he not won immunity. Or maybe not. Maybe they would have still done the safer vote. Well, no, because they split. Well, I guess, okay, maybe they would have had to do a weirder split if Dan didn't win immunity. Whatever. Is Dan really worse than, like, a Courtney Merritt sort of player, though? And do I stand... So, like, Dan Rangering versus Brandon Cotton. I do think their games are not that dissimilar outside of, like, Brandon being an idol in his first round. But they both were, like, kind of figureheads for their groups. They both were like kind of running things at points. I don't know. I guess it's, like, debatable. Generally, if a bad player has 2 seasons of mass, are they better than a player of 1 mass season with potential? I think on this list, yes. Yeah, if a player plays twice, and, like, so, like, I guess, like, what would be the comparison? Like, I guess, like, a Haley Ford versus, I don't know, like, Christina Kell or something. That's not really a 1-for-1. But essentially, like, if it's, like, a player that, like, I guess Karishma, maybe? Maybe that's a better comparison. Like Haley Ford versus Karishma. Like, Haley Ford. And I guess that's different, too, because, like, Haley Ford was in the majority. I guess there's more nuances to that. But, like, I think Karishma is someone that, like, is someone that had a terrible game, but is a player that I actually do think has a lot of potential. But I think for this list, I have to keep her low. In comparison to a player that, like, yeah, probably, like, has a mech game, but is able to do it, like, twice-ish, I guess. D and Devins are talking about how dumb Kamu is for whole Tea Party shit. That's good. Hopefully Kamu goes home next week, then. We'll see. Which, yeah, I doubt. I don't really want to move Varner that much higher, do I? He's like, the more people that go over here, the higher Varner's getting. like I do think it's this, and then yeah, I don't know where to like stop with moving Dan Foley up. Is it like somewhere in this ballpark maybe? Or maybe it's like somewhere in here. I guess these are like has some people that could also win. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with Dan and Brandon because like I don't like I feel like consistency wise with the list so far, I think they're probably here. Based on the list that we have so far. But I do think we're gonna like, and maybe it's like a spot where like these people are probably also moving down, but it is yeah, we're nearing like a grouping of players that you can compare them to if these players are to stay as high as they are. Which definitely some of them will. So but again, I think an issue with this is still the fact that they didn't even make it that deep. Let me look at some. I guess like I think a problem I have with like yeah, because like these people, like at least like a lot of these people had like really solid allies that were going to take them to Dan. I don't know if Dan really has that. Brandon probably does. I think Brandon probably had more solidified allies that were willing to take him deeper into the game. But I think the like him being in Idaho's first round maybe kind of knocks that down a little bit more though. I wonder if Dean Devins will hate their Big Brother experience by the end. I don't think as much as Suri. But I think, again, if they're there for the 80-something days, then I think by the end it'll become pretty brutal. Yeah, I think the Tea Party of it all, just like, all it can do is be a negative impact for Kamu. There really was like almost no upside to it. I mean, they at least had majority groups in the post-merge, though. Let's see. So, okay. I think what I'm currently feeling is like, I think better. Actually, are they really better than Brandon Hance even though? I guess they were more leading thing. Like, I think Dan and Brandon, you can at least like argue, were more out in front than. Oh fuck me, they're both Brandon. Brandon Kahn was more out in front than Brandon Hance. And I think the Debbie, like, I feel like these players being better than Debbie feels good to me. But then we kind of get to this grouping that we're like finalists or like almost finalists to a degree. And it's like, I don't know if Brandon and Dan should be in that group. Especially when, like, I don't know what the... okay, I think with Dan... Like, Dan and Cedric doesn't feel insane to me. But Dan was also kind of screwed out of the game. I think I might settle here. I don't know. like this is a spot where like maybe seeing the future of the list might help out a bit more. You know what? Actually, let's do that. Let's actually work forward one more tier and just see how I feel after that. Which, like, I think my gut is that some of these people move down too, but I guess we'll see. This is kind of a fucked up tier. What the fuck is this tier? Alicia Calloway, Chad, Helen Glover, Grant Matos, Laura Moret, Jane Bright, Carter, and Kat Ederson. Like, what the fuck is this tier? Like, I kind of see some things I was going for with, like, I feel like Alicia, Laura Moret, and, like, Kat are maybe together. And I think, like, Carson, Grant, Chad. I don't know what Helen's really doing here, and I don't know what Jane Bright is really doing here, but yeah, this is how we end up with Dan Foley in top 100. Obviously, this is what this is leading to. Yeah, it's like Jane might. It's also is impressive. We'll look at the voting records of it all. Like, we're at the point now where like voting records themselves don't really matter, but I think it is easier to kind of like conceptualize their game after like looking at their voting charts. Okay, so we have Australia. All right, so 2589, 2589, 19, 21, 22, 24, 25, 27. Let's see if I remember that. 2589, 19. And I don't remember the... I know 27 was the last number. 24, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 27. 21, 22, 24, 25, 27. There we go. All right. Let's see. So we have Alicia, right? 1, 2, 3 tribals survived. I'm not gonna falter for like I think that's essentially a 3 out of 3. Actually, no. With returning players, we're including boot rounds, so we'll do 3 out of 4. And then need to find all stars. Actually, Alicia doesn't go to many tribals in her career, does she? Yeah, she ends up having like a perfect record of the tribals she survives, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, Alicia's really one that I'm not like super confident either way if Alicia on where she should be. Then we have Chad, or should we do? I guess we'll do Helen first, who I think is in the majority for all of her votes, right? Yeah, 7 out of 7. Oh wait, that's the wrong person. Dean Devins don't think they have the votes to keep Lala against Mallory, so now they're trying to make a plan to get Mallory to target the red corner trio instead of them. Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed was probably going to happen. Well, I kind of said that before. It's like, I think ultimately Dean Devins will probably back down, especially because Angela is like very pro Mallory. I think Dean Devins will probably back down to the Mallory thing. But yeah, I think that's good that they're trying to do that. Trying to get Mallory to go after red corner instead of them. Like, that's good. It probably is. I don't know if they can, but if they can, that's definitely what they should be doing. Obviously not, like, get themselves in trouble by doing it, but, like, definitely not, like, it's like, they definitely shouldn't be going to her and say, hey, please target Kamu instead of me. But, like, if they're able to, like, nudge her in that direction, that'll be good. Chad, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tribals. So he has a 4 out of 6 record for Chad. I think Chad probably is moving down. We'll see. This is Lore Morat, right? Which is a bit fucked. Well, goes the 3 tribals. Or no, goes to 4. Is in the majority for 3 for Lore Morat. And then we'll deal with Blood's Water later. They want to use Barrett to get Mallory, not go. Yeah, I think that's fair. The question is, will Barrett? I mean, I guess Barrett, like, yeah, Barrett wants to target the red corner anyway, right? Which, like, it probably isn't a bad target for him anyway. Like, I think for, like, Barrett, it's probably better to, like, not take a direct shot at the returnees right now. Instead, go for, like, weaken them by taking out red corner. Who am I looking for? Jane Bright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tribals. Okay, so with Jane, it's a bit of a weird one because, like, she obviously votes for Marty all the time, but she knows where the votes are going. Like, it's not like she's blindsided when, like, Marty doesn't go home. I'm, like, maybe here with the Kelly B vote, but, like, outside that, like, she at least, like, knew what was happening, but just, like, voted for Marty because she hates Marty. But, yeah, it's not a great, like, record as a whole, right? It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I guess 9 tribals, and she's in the majority for 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 9 is technically her record. Though it's like it's technically 5 out of 9, but like it probably should be closer to like 8 out of 9 in terms of like her knowing what was going on. But yeah, I think I probably do drop Jane here. She did have like I still don't really understand Jane's win equity. Like, it's kind of like conflicting, or like some people hated her, some people loved her. So like I'm not sure if like she for sure wins a jury vote at the end, but I don't know. Grant Matos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So survives 10 tribals and technically is in the majority for the entire game until that point. And then we got Carter. Oh no, what Cat? We'll do Cat here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tribals survived, and yeah, is in on all, right? Yeah. Well, I guess we're including her boot round though because she's a returning player. So we'll do 6. Oh, 6, 7. Cat Ederson. Okay, that's not even the right person. 6. Yeah, Cat Ederson 6, 7. And then we go to Philippines for Carter. Carter's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tribals survived. Is on the right side for 5 out of 7 for Carter, and then we got the 2 returning players to deal with. All right, and then we have Cat, right? One. Well, I'm not even gonna include this one. So she goes the 2 tribals. And it's a 1 out of 2 for Cat. So that is 7 out of 9 for Cat in her career. Laura has a lot, right? Or maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, definitely not a lot. 5 and gets voted out in 2 of them. So 6 out of 9. We got 69. All right. So now that we have that out of the way, I feel like some of these people are definitely moving down. For what that's worth. Yeah, Jane. See, Jane is a bit of a weird case in the fact that like no one wanted to go to the end with her because she was perceived as a threat. She might have been a threat, but we don't really know because I mean, it feels like there were conflicting messages around her on the island. Her voting record's very spotty. Maybe I go like somewhere like Susmay. No, that is different though. By the way this is going, I am kind of leaning towards streaming tomorrow, but we'll see. Okay, tomorrow morning, not morning, like early afternoon. But again, we'll see. Let me see. We're probably not getting much done tonight. Genuinely, it's already past 3, and I've only done like what 13 people. I guess we're at the top 300, so that's something. So this will be done in maybe 10 streams. Which I think I've said that for the last like 5 streams. Yeah, okay, maybe I should spend more time trying to rank these people. Kat versus Laura. So yeah, it was Kat, Laura, Alicia, who I think is maybe a sub tier. Played twice. Actually, really, Alicia's not really the same, is she? Alicia might be better. Like, Laura and Kat, I think, are probably more in the same ballpark. Kat's first appearance, like, it's a spot where, like, I think Laura had more control in her one appearance, but Kat has the longer run and was more in the majority for longer in the game in that season. Second appearance, Kat survives over Laura initially. So like I think my gut is to give the edge to Kat, but I also kind of want to give Laura credit for like being a dominant figure in Samoa. And like had she run Samoa, it's like I guess she theoretically could win at that point, right? Yeah, I'm really unsure on what to do with all these people in comparison to like these tiers here. Like I feel like Dan and Brandon. No, actually, yeah, I don't know what to do with them. If I'm being genuine, what the fuck? Okay, can I not hit my cord and almost unplug my headset? There we go. I feel like Jane moving down is the thing I'm the most confident in with this tier. Especially considering like I think her win equity is like up in the air and she didn't have a path to get there anyway. So like maybe in this Kim Johnson tier. Yeah, or Keith Famey, maybe. Yeah, because I feel like with Susie, like maybe even Susie. I mean, actually, really a credit to these people is that they're all in the majority up until the end. Like for almost all of them, I guess. Like but like they definitely. And I guess again, to be fair to the Jane, it's like she knew what was going on. Her voting record probably is closer to like a 7 or 8 out of 9. But like Kim and Kim got lucky with immunity wins, but like, and so did Susie at the very, very end. But like, they're in the majority more than Jane. But also I feel like they had like less win equity in general. I'm trying to think about the Keith comparison at this point. Keith is closer to getting to the end, but I guess with Jane... No, because Jane was even 4th, right? It's like... Yeah, I think I would lean Jane worse than Keith. Because Keith is at least able to get to, like, the final... Like, was at least able to get the final juror. Jane was even able to get to that. And obviously, like... Fabio winning immunity disfavored her, but still, it's like she probably would have been like still at least like 5th. So like I feel like that's like a tad below. See, I think she is essentially a Kim Johnson with a worse voting record, but more win equity. I think is what I'm like. That's kind of like the final result on her. So it's like, I think she's more in the majority at points than Romeo, probably. Debbie Wanner is also there. Which now she's better than Debbie Wanner. I think I'm debating on like I'm really debating on the vote record part of it. Like not really the actual vote record, but just more so the fact that these people were able to be in the majority for more of their seasons. But again, I think Jane's win equity is like slightly better, so it's like I probably am gonna settle on here, like kind of in between of Kim Johnson and Keith. Or like Kim Johnson, like didn't really have like a natural path to the end of the game. Well, I guess credit to Kim Johnson that she was able to win her way there. You know, actually, no. I think I'm going to settle on below. Yeah, I think I just talked myself into below. Like below this tier. Yeah, Dan Foley is now in the top 300 officially. Thank God. Dude, I've like slouched down way too much here. I need to fucking move out of the spot mid right now. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm back. Dude, I literally like got like way too fucking far down to where I was like kind of stuck at like the bottom of my desk. Either way, whatever. Yeah, I think I'm going Jane here. Again, she had more win equity than like Abby and Nyanka and them. and did actually get closer to the end. Well, yeah, these are goats that weren't able to even make it to the end. Jane was less of a goat, and yeah, I think this feels all right to me. I'll be honest though, I am really starting to lose steam. Like it's only 3:18 in the morning, which like obviously is late for most people, but for me it's not that late. But also it's like, yeah, I don't know. How much more should I do? I think I might, like, generally I might just finish this and then call it a night, and then I might stream tomorrow day, like during the day. We'll see. Either way, I'll be back tomorrow night for sure. And generally, if I don't stream during the day, I might actually stream earlier. Like, I might actually start tomorrow night at, like, the normal time. And just actually do this for, like, 4 to 5 hours at that point. Like, instead of just, like, starting at, like, 12:30 or something. Maybe I'll just do that, actually. I don't know. I guess, like, the issues, again, like, it is mentally straining to be doing this for, like, too long. To where, like, it gets to the point where I'm at now, where, like, I'm just, like, kind of drained. And, like, just progress becomes, like, so much slower. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best option is. Generally, I might, like, I think I'll just play it by, not play it by ear, but, like, I think I think I'm literally going to wake up tomorrow and just, like, do what I feel. It's, again, I think it's either I do 2 streams tomorrow, one, like early afternoon, and then one at night, like, late night, or I just do one longer late night. Is Dan Foley in alpha? Yes. Confirmed. Like, he's not with these betas and submissives. Actually, should that be next stream title? Is like, now we're ranking the alphas, because we're past the betas and submissives. Yeah, I think I am leaning towards probably just not streaming day, but doing a earlier stream at night. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Because I'm fairly busy these last few days, and with me streaming also, it's like, yeah, I haven't really had much time. Like, I haven't really had any time across the weekend at all to really, like, relax. So, I think it probably is for the better that I just, like, kind of just chill for a lot of day tomorrow. But then, like, yeah, I probably, like, stream around, like, 11-ish. But then go for, like, 4 to 5 hours on just the player ranking. Also, like, I haven't even, like, worked on the second week ranking. Like, I recorded it, like, days ago. I haven't even fucking started working on that. In terms of editing it, I mean, I still need to record the year in gaming video also. That's also a thing. I don't know if I'm actually gonna do that tomorrow though. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think the mystery compare is a guaranteed veto. It's not like, I don't think they're like rigging it for the returning player to come in. Can you pretend to know the best second week? Yeah, I didn't know coming into it. I mean, I kind of did, to be fair. At least I had an idea, and it wasn't wrong. So, 20th was pretty good. It's definitely up there. Yeah, I think on Wednesday I'll consider more streaming earlier in the day. It won't be, yeah, again, it's kind of like less, it's a bit of a less intensive part of the week for me. So it's like, I think that's probably a day that maybe I will stream earlier in the day on that day. But we'll deal with that when we get to that also. Yeah, again, I probably will still try to finish this tier tonight, even though I'm kind of checked out already. Yeah, Helen Glover is also one. Like, she's a bit different than these, though, in the sense that she could win, right? But also, she had no path to the end. Like, no one was actually going to take her to the end. But she would have won had she gotten to the end and was kind of close to it. Today's Wordle relates. You know what? Fuck it. I'm actually going to do the Wordle. Wait, I should probably do this first. Make sure I don't dox myself in some way. But fuck it. I'll do the fucking Wordle tonight. I can't even tell you the last time I did Wordle. It's been a very, very long time. Let's see. I don't know why. Cool. I know that's why I used to do Blood and Water, because like when I was playing Wordle, it was like when Blood versus Water for AU was airing. Even though they're obviously like not actually that good of words to start off with, but whatever. All right, what we got here? Ends of doesn't have A or T or W. Bigger. Wait, is that? Oh, bigger's 2 G's. I'm dumb. No, okay, that also doesn't work. Hyper? No. P is in it. P. Like, I'm gonna assume it starts with a P. Piler. No. What am I doing here? Poker. I guess that does actually fit, doesn't it? Oh, that's okay. What the fuck? Okay, wait. Pogger. Keep in my mind. Wait, what is it? Clearly I am being dumb, but also it's like I generally don't actually know what it is. Oh, pose. Oh, dude, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. Yeah, I got it. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I generally I completely forgot about the notion that it had something to do with someone we ranked today. And then yeah, I remember at the end. Yeah, that's kind of funny actually. Yeah, what am I doing here though? It's so fucked. See, I think I have a tough like I think the thing I'm struggling with right now is how high to put these like GOAT players. Because a lot of these players are people that do struggle to win the game. But there are these like players that obviously like don't come as close, but also would have won if they got into the end. Which, to be fair, I think that's just overall just kind of a thing with like ranking people. That's like kind of a thing you have to figure out. Of which one you value more. AU is like soon, isn't it? Traders AU. What is it? What is it? Yeah. And what is a poser? clearly the answer is me. That is clearly the answer, right? Yeah, in the words of Jeff Probst. Yeah. So just ranking these people at the top, I feel like Grant is probably the best. Maybe. Chad, Grant, Carter. I guess they all kind of struggle to get to the tail end. I guess credit to Carter in the sense that had Penner not fucked up, Carter probably does get to Final Four. Or I guess actually really I guess there's an argument that Grant is the worst. Because I think Grant was actually the least likely to make it to the tail end. Because Chad, it's had the men come in terms of numbers, Chad probably makes it the top 4. Carter probably makes the top 4. Grant, I think, always kind of goes out at... Actually, no, Grant, to be fair, I guess with Ashley winning immunity, Grant would have been booted at 4 instead. So I guess it is actually kind of a... It is kind of similar for all of them. Yeah, okay. Maybe I do stand by Grant number 1. And then... Carter versus Chad. Again, what a debate that people clearly have all the time is who's better, Carter Williams or Chad from fucking Vanuatu. I think I'll go Chad, and I think the boon here is the fact that he almost stayed in his boot round. And I think his group is more with Carter. It's he didn't really have a group. Carter does have a leg up. That is true. I think Chad is someone that would have been more consistently in the majority. Has had the men come to merge with numbers. Where Carter, kind of fumbles the ball. Well, I guess to be fair that they were down in numbers also though, weren't they? Tendang just had the blatant majority at 11. Yeah, I think I'm changing that. I think I go Carter over Chad. Yeah, I think I do that for those. But again, where do they rank ultimately? Maybe I do put them towards the top. Because they were almost at Final Four. They were, all of them were theoretically almost at Final Four and were likely to win a jury vote had they gotten to the end. I guess there's a difference between Chad and Carter and Grant, considering Carter and Grant got the Final Four or had Final 3 seasons. Chad had a Final 2 season, but it's not that was purposeful in any way from them. But yeah, I feel like they're actually, I don't know, are they better than Shane, Judd, and Butch? Shane, Judd, and Butch were all playing optimally in the sense that they were trying to go for a scenario they would win. And we're closer to those scenarios for the most part. But they're obviously worse outside that. It's outside that they're obviously more either confrontational or people just don't really respect them. It's they had way I think it's Grant, Carter, Chad had way more win equity on paper than Butch, Judd, or Shane. But I think Butch, Judd, and Shane came closer to that win. Cool. Wait, what happened to all the space I made? How'd that go away already? Whatever. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. That didn't work either. Okay, what is happening? Okay, let me try this again. There we go. Just don't select the final one. Oh, wait, no, fuck. I can't do that either. God damn it. Okay, yeah, I'm just kind of shit. Dude, I just remember we haven't fucking talked about Justin yet. I just realized that. Yeah, we'll get to that also. Where is Justin? Okay, he's not that far away, at least. Fuck me, dude. This is never ending. This really feels like this feels like a comeuppance for something. Me having to do this. Like I clearly fucked up in life for me to be here right now. What was I debating? I was debating this, right? Actually, is Nora better than like no? Technically, like I feel like Keith and Sue are probably more together because they were both like drawing dead. Nora wasn't really drawing dead, but it's not like she was also like it's not like she was playing for her optimal end game. Is that different from Jane? No, actually, no, that is different from Jane. Kind of. Actually, I guess it's kind of more similar to these people, but these people didn't come close to the end, so. Ain't no way Justin's above Nora and Heather. We'll have to see. Yeah, I generally I think Justin's moving down, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Like, should Justin even be above Cedric? Even I don't know. I don't even know if Justin should be above Cedric. Genuinely. Am I doing something like this? Or should I do like these players could get to the end, these players couldn't, or at least we're not likely to get to the end. Maybe they should be. So like I think like these players feel like they should be above this tier because they also like this is a tier of people that like couldn't quite. Well, no, because Keith also is someone that yeah, I feel like they should be better than Keith. Because like they are like Keith is someone that like couldn't get to the end but also couldn't win. These people at least like got to a similar position that Keith did but could win. Or I guess these are actually more like people that should have gotten into those positions but again could still win. So maybe I go Sue with Nora again. Maybe Keith is closer to the Kim Johnson Susie tier. Okay, I think I'm settling on this at this point with these people. Is Is that high enough? Let's do that. So Nora and Sue here. And then we have Grant, Carter, Chad here. Yeah, I know. That's the thing about Sue that I'm kind of like, she can't win. Yeah, maybe that should be the differentiator. Maybe it's like, this is like the break-off point of can win and can't win is the Grant, Carter, Chad. So maybe I do put Sue here as like the end of the players with like not much influence and also can't win. Where like these are players that either had, well, I mean, really these are players that could win. This makes me feel like should Nora be higher then? Sure, like strive for the more than me. I think it's fine. Like, it's a fine season. Like, and thank God I talked about a fine season for 7 hours and 12 minutes. Top lower half. Yeah, that's kind of like I think like, yeah, of 50 seasons, I think I would rank it like 26, 27, like somewhere in that range. Yeah, we need more Zach Brown. We need more Now I See Zach Brown on Survivor. Why didn't we get that confessional on the show? That we got robbed. Or was it like, you know what, this is such good content, we need it for a trailer. We need it to be exclusive to the trailer. You'll finish the 50 review someday. Or maybe just won't. I don't expect most people to finish the review. Okay, actually, I remember why I had Nora below was because she wasn't playing optimally, right? But okay, maybe Grant, Carter, Chad. Maybe Grant, Carter, Chad above Butch, like the Butch tier. Because like technically, I guess these people were only like immunity away a win from the end. Called Motor City. Dan Spiel's a producer. Oh, that's just depressing. Where'd Zach Brown fall in the player ranking? Number 1. He is the best because we did see Zach Brown on Survivor. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go something like this. Because like really all these people are what ifs anyway. So like I think like this what if at least has players that could win at the end. Well, I mean, I guess they all could win, but like these are players that had more inherent win equity. Where like these players had to get into like a very niche situation to win. So yeah, I think that feels better for those people. I think we go with that for those. Dan Spilo is not ranked yet. That is true. Well, Dan Foley is. Dude, fuck me. Dude, we're going to get to Dan Spilo tomorrow. Thank God. I can't wait. I can't wait to see where Dan Spilo ranks. Is he going to be 267? That would be kind of funny. We'll see. Okay, so if I'm being consistent, I think that means that everyone up here is below this, right? Because, like, at least the way I had it before was that this tier of Chad, Carter, Grant was the top of those people. So theoretically, these people should be lower than this. Emphasis on theoretically. Yeah, I think Helen is closer to Jane. I think that does make sense. But then again, she also did get to Final 4. No, actually, no. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because Jane is meant to get the Final 4. Yeah, I think that's fair, actually. I think Helen here, Jane. Like, she's still 2 rounds away from the end. At least, like, the people above her here got only 1 round away. I guess, actually, though, like, in comparison to Butch, Judd, and Shane, should she really be lower than that? Or maybe is this a world where, like, I think now that we've settled with this, maybe this is a world where I move both of these here? But again, I think the tough thing about Jane is that I don't think her win equity was that big. Where, like, but Jane is someone that, like, I don't know if there's, like, maybe, like, Jane Chase Sash? I don't know. I don't know if there's, like, a situation where I'm like, Jane definitely wins that. Like, it's all a lot of maybes. Where, like, with everyone else here, I think there's situations where, they, like, yeah, they definitely win. So I think that's, like, my hesitancy with Jan. But Jan was, like, Jan and Helen, I do think is, like, an... But then I guess Helen's in the majority for more of the season, though, right? Yeah, I think Helen had more win equity than Jan, for sure. Like, Helen's someone that I think if she gets to the end against anyone in her alliance, I think she wins. Jane is someone that, like, again, might win, but there definitely were some people that were, like, anti-Jane. Or, like, there weren't as many, like, anti-Helen people. Maybe I have Jane as a worse Nora, actually. I think that might work. To, like, not give her, like, all the credit for, like, having a lot of win equity. It is weird to have, like, Nora and Sue separated in that way, though. Like, all the 6-7s on how well they live up to the number. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I mean, Jane is kind, like, I don't know. Like, Jane is kind of a Susmay that couldn't win, right? Like, I think personality-wise, I think they're actually, like, very similar. All right, actually, wait. Jane is a Susmay that could win. Where, yeah, Sue couldn't win in any scenario. Like, Jane could theoretically win. Like, they both have, like, kind of rocky navigation at points. Like, obviously, Jane's on paper worse, but, like, not really that much worse. But Jane couldn't get to the end. Yeah, that's kind of the... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's fair too, to double quit. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think that's the thing that puts it over the edge. I'll put her here again. I think the double quit is the thing that, like, yeah, I think that's a really fair point. Because, yeah, I think more than likely, at least Nayanka is a spot above Jane. Purple Kelly's kind of like, maybe not. I don't know. But definitely Nayanka is a spot above Jane. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Wait, what the fuck happened here? Okay, I kind of fucked something up. Wait, then Helen. No, I'll have Helen. Yeah, Helen. Yeah, I think Helen is. Actually, wait, is Helen better than Carter and Chad? Because I guess, like, Helen's actually more of a Grant in the sense that she actually did get in the end game. Well, actually, no, Carter did too. Okay, let's see. So, I feel like Helen is better than Chad. I think Chad's, like, again, it's like kind of one of these spots where, like, Chad probably is a better player on paper, but, like, the track record is better from Helen. And again, not just on voting, but more so just the fact that Helen made it all the way to Final Four. Yeah, I'm leaning. Well, no, I guess actually the thing is that they were. Well, yeah, I think Helen and Chad. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Helen above Chad. And I might leave Carter there because Carter was, like, technically supposed to only be. Because, like, this is a spot where, like, Helen and Chad would have been Final Four with 2 rounds until the end. Carter and Grant would have been Final Four of 1 round until the end, which is, like, such a fucking minute difference. But for the sake of this, I think I'm gonna keep with that logic. Okay. So that's that. We still have fucking 5 more people. What time is it? It's almost 4 fucking a.m. Okay. So what am I doing with Brandon Cotton and Dan Rangering at this point? I think at this point I kind of have to go below, right? It's like, I think based on how we're structuring the list now, it just doesn't really make... Like, if I am going with, like, Grant and Carter and Helen here, I think I have to go with what my initial instinct was with them. Or at least maybe not my initial for sure, but, like, at least they're below that, right? Like, they're at least, like, somewhere in this range. Like, I would say definitely below Jane and Nayanka and Abby for sure. Let's see. So, by the way, I've slouched down again way too much. I need to stop doing this. Okay, yeah. Where's Julia again? Julia's here. Like, should they be that much better than Julia? No, I think they should be better than Julia. I think Cedric was the one I was thinking about, right? I mean, they were able to maintain some power in the post-merge. Actually, no, maybe Julia isn't the worst comparison. Because, like, they were controlling... Like, they were in good spots in both their... Well, I guess not really with Brandon, actually. Brandon's kind of a weird one. Like, I think Dan feels like a better Julia. But where's that land them? Yeah, I'm still not, like, too confident. Like, I think, like, my gut instinct with Dan and Brandon would be here, I think. Is my initial gut instinct. Though I don't know what the though is. Like, do I just do it? I don't know. Like, part of, like, it's kind of one of these things where, like, it feels like logistically I think it's right, but it doesn't feel right. But roll the dice. Let's see. Let's do coin flip. All right, heads. Cool. I don't know what heads means. I guess I'm just doing it. Or are they a little bit higher? Like, are they worse than... Like, are they really worse than Michelle Yee? Like, maybe here is something I can argue. Like, Randy, Steve Wright, Michelle are not, like, drawing dead, but they weren't playing for their winning scenario. Had Rocky Navigation. I think this probably feels more appropriate to me. Because, like, by this point, these are, like, the full-on, like, goats. But, like, again, some of these were, like, goats that were, like, kind of playing okay. Like, this is kind of, like, a spot where it's, like, not necessarily goats, but also were, like, playing for a loss. And also still didn't make it particularly close to the end. These are players that got taken out in a similar spot to this, but probably had more win potential. But also, like, didn't really have the long-term path. And we're, like, I think with these players that got kind of screwed in some sort of way. With, like, I don't know, fire and extra vote, or steal a vote, and then this from an idol. I think that's where it's landing for me right now. I'm willing to move on. If maybe I'll change it when I, like, put together all the tiers. That's probably something I'll do tomorrow. Like, before stream is work more on, like, the breaking down the tiers. Maybe I'll get to that point and, like, change my mind, but for now, it's fine. And then we have this tiers, the final thing we're doing for tonight at almost 4 a.m. anyway, even though I wanted to end like an hour ago. Like, genuinely, Alicia might just be better than Laura and Kat. I think I am going to settle Laura below Kat. Like, yeah, Laura had more influence in Samoa, but she still flipped on fairly early on the merge there. And then, and like, even then, like, would have been taken out like a round before that had she not had immunity. Like, Kat, like, is able to make it at least to mid-merge, like, unscathed on One World, and, like, even outlast Laura on her second appearance, so, yeah. I think, like, Kat above Laura. Again, this is another one where, like, on paper, if I'm remaining consistent, they should at minimum be here, or at maximum be here, I mean. But let's see if I stay consistent with that. Like, Abby Maria is here. Like, is that really that much better? To be honest, Dan had a better path to 3 and winning than all those people. I don't know if he did. I mean, like, he had, like, John. But, like, I don't know if he really had a path to the end. Like, I don't think it's, like, I don't think Angelina was remaining loyal to Dan long term. Like, I don't know who Dan, like, who was going to stick to Dan all the way. Like, I actually think Brandon had a better path to the end than Dan did. Like, I think Brandon at least had, like, Lauren as, like, a real ally. I don't know if Kane or Jamie were really... Oh, you're talking about Dan Foley. Okay, yeah. They're talking about Rengering. Yeah, I do agree with that, Dan Foley. Which is why, again, like, I think, like, they're probably at maximum in this range. I think my gut with Kat and Laura is like around here. Like, Laura's a weird one because, like, her 2 runs aren't that bad. You only talk about cursed stands. Okay, I need to keep that in mind. That everything you say is in relation to Foley or Spilo. Yeah, I feel like Kat and Laura being around Abby Maria is not the worst thing in the world. Actually, really, it's like, I think there's an argument that Abby Maria is better? I don't know. It's like, again, like, Laura's first appearance is, like, not even bad, though. I think it's kind of the thing. No, I moved Barrett and Drew down a lot. So Jane is there. Maybe I go above Jane. Okay, so, like, bare minimum, they're there, right? Or bare maximum. That sounds weird to say. Either way, Haley talking about how more men need to be put on the block. Oh, she's woke now. Thank God. Yeah, Drew and Bear are not looking great. What's a turf? That's a term? What the fuck is a turf? Meaning in Hindi. Cool. Okay. I've never heard that term before, but okay. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, I could see that for Haley. Yeah, like J.K. Rowling, yeah. Let's see. maybe I do go above Jane for Kat and Laura. Maybe land them here. Like neither were able to stay in the majority long enough to get to the end, but like neither were these people. Actually, no. I think I like. Okay, how much credit do I give to Jane though? Yeah, you know what? No, I think I'm gonna go with this. I think my gut tells me to go with this. Like I would say their first appearances are not that far away from Jane's, but then they have a second appearance that isn't great, but like it's at least like a minor tick up. And then like Kara Kay and like these people are at least able to naturally get deeper into the game than Kat and Laura ever were. So yeah, I think that feels fine for now. I'm gonna regret it. I'll say the position is getting worse every day, but D and Devons are overblowing how bad them being called out as the middle pure. Yeah. I think it just makes it easier though to target them though. But yeah, it's like it was already known. All right, Alicia Calloway. I guess on paper isn't that far away from this because like she also is someone that like can't really get to the end. And like even then she doesn't really have like much win equity. Like at least like there are worlds where these players get to the end. Like Alicia, it's like what All Stars like best she was doing was what 6th if like Sheehan didn't win immunity. Even like Australian Outback, she probably gets booted at like 5. So maybe Alicia back down here is fine. Like maybe give her credit for making merge twice. But yeah, I think her there isn't the worst thing in the world. Below Keith Famey though is interesting. Actually, below Sue Hawk is also interesting. Is she worse than Sue Hawk? I mean, Sue Hawk at least made Endgame one time. Like, was meant to make Final 3. Yeah, I think I'm doing this partially just so I can end the fucking stream, but also because I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. There we go. How many people do we go through today? Not much, right? I think like 20 or something. Remember everyone from BB2? No way. No way Julie remembers everyone from BB2. Went to 23 people tonight. I'm still pretty fucked. Okay. So, I'm going to end here. I will be back tomorrow. I do think at this point I'm leaning towards not streaming tomorrow during the day, but I might stream at the normal time tomorrow night. So instead of starting at like 12:30 or like 1 o'clock, I'm going to start around like 11:15-ish. I think that, yeah, I think that's more likely what I'm going to do. Should make stretch goals for reaching certain points in the ranking. Yeah, what do I give to my, like, give rewards for getting certain points? Yeah, I don't know. We got what? How many people do we have left again? We're past 300, right? We're at 290. That's not terrible. It's only like 9 more streams worth. But yeah, so I think that's probably just how I'm gonna approach this moving forward, especially now that it's like it's getting really late into the process to where yeah, I might just start at the normal time every stream instead of starting at like 12:30 or so. But yeah. So yeah, that's definitely a plan for tomorrow. I would rather take the early part of the day off and relax. Yeah, Dan Spilo tomorrow. I can't wait. Where's Dan Spilo rank? So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow night, and we'll see how this goes. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow.